All right, let's go ahead and get started. It's 7 o'clock. Welcome to our December 17th regular session meeting. Can we start with roll call, please?
Mayor Bagley.
Here.
Council members Christensen. Here. Hidalgo Faring. Here. Martin. Here. Peck. Here. Rodriguez. Here. Waters. Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, let's go ahead and say the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice and justice for all. All right. Just a quick chair's reminder to the public. Anyone wishing to speak at first call public invited to be heard will need to add his or her name to this list. And so if anybody here want to get on real quick? Are they still out there? Okay. So what we'll do is if you want to get on the list, why don't you go on outside and just sign up? Okay. All right. And so let's see here. So speakers who do not place their name on will have the chance to speak at the end of the meeting. And everyone will have 3 minutes, and we'll go from there. Okay, approval of minutes. Do we have a motion for the December 3rd, 2019 regular session minutes? All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Christensen.
I would like to amend the record.
Okay, what's the amendment?
Pardon?
What's the amendment?
Okay. When it says council member called a point of order for not keeping discussion on topic regarding the motion, it should be noted that council member Christensen appealed but was not recognized by the chair. When it says on page 3, council continued to discuss the motion and council member Rodriguez called a point of order that was overruled by Mayor Bagley, it should be noted that council member Christensen appealed but was not recognized by the chair.
I don't remember that. You make a motion.
I would like to amend the minutes to add those 2 notes.
So there's a motion stating.
Do I have a second?
I believe Councilmember Peck just seconded it. So there's been a motion and a second. Can we get that cleared where it says vote ended so I can see who's in the queue? All right. So right, looks like we're going to start off again on a great Tuesday. All right, so nobody's in the queue. If you indeed spoke up, I did not hear you. So I have no problem if you want to put in there that you were not recognized by the chair. So that's fine. So let's vote. Yes. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, we've got agenda revision, submission of documents, motions to direct the city manager. There's nobody in queue, but I am going to put on, just under my discretion and prerogative, I do want to put on a future agenda a resolution supporting Governor Polis's basically welcoming refugees. So at your discretion when that comes on. Please. Councilmember Hidalgo Faring. Sure.
So, point of inquiry. So is this in relation to the Executive Order 13888? Okay.
Yeah.
Then you jumped me to the punch. Thank you.
All right, cool. So that way we'll just got our governor's back on this topic. So, all right, that said, nobody else is in the queue. Let's move on to a city manager's report, if there is one.
Quick one, actually. I wanted to let you all know we sent an email. David Hornbacher sent an email to you all about the exciting news in the press release from PRPA, talking about the agreement where they joined Western Energy and Balance Market along with Colorado Springs, Black Hills, and Xcel Energy. As you all will remember, as we talked about the move to 100% renewable in 2030, we talked about this being an important piece of that conversation. So they just announced that today. You can look at your emails, and it has more detailed information with all the press releases. But that is good news based on the goals that you all have set for us.
Cool. Anything else? All right, let's move on to special reports and presentations. A status update for the Windy Gap firming project. Mr. Ken Houston is in the house. Is that a Christmas sweater?
Well, not this year, but it is.
All right, just checking, just checking.
Mayor Bagley and members of council, Dale Rademacher, Deputy City Manager. I'm just going to open this up real quickly tonight. We have a couple of folks that are going to come down and make some brief presentations to you under this topic. Tonight we have with us folks from the municipal sub-district. We have our chair, Janice Yanchunas, right here. And also another board member, Todd Williams, who is also our chair of the Longmont Water Board. Both of those gentlemen served on the Longmont Water Board for many years and were also on the Northern Water Board, I believe, representing the city very well. We also have from Northern several staff members, Brad Wynn, who is the general manager of the Northern Water Conservancy District, and Jeff Drager, who is the director of engineering services, and Kyle Whitaker, who is also going to be coming up and making a update and providing the council an update on the Colorado River Compact, which was a question you may recall came up last Tuesday. We thought it would be best to hear it directly from the folks at Northern, so we'll be doing that. The main presentation tonight that Ken will be doing after that is to update the council and provide you information prior to you having to take action on your agenda on two projects. The first one is the fifth amendment to the fifth phase of the Windy Gap firming project. Ken will go over what that's about and what those funds are for. And then the second is for an amendment to the IGA on the Southern Water Supply Pipeline, which again, Longmont is a partner in that pipeline. The essence of this amendment is to preserve and maintain the city's capacity in that pipeline. And council, you may recall, at least those of y'all that were on the council during the 2013 flood, the Carter Lake Pipeline was the last and only remaining water supply to the city during that flood. And so I think it's important that we maintain our commitment and our capacity in that. So with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle, and else anybody has any questions before we get started.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kyle Whitaker. I'm the Colorado River Programs Manager for Northern Water. Just to give you a quick update, brief update on the Colorado River Compact, a little background on it, and then just an update of where we're at. Some of the recent modeling that's gone on and where storage is currently on the river and where it's projected to go over in the recent future. To give you a little background, the Colorado River Compact was negotiated in 1922. As you can see at that time, the black line is a long-term average. The gray line is the 10-year rolling average. And as you can see, during the time of the compact negotiations in the early 1920s, the negotiators of the compact felt like they were dividing up roughly 17 to 19 million acre feet of water that was in the basin of the Colorado River. As you can see, history has shown that the yield of the basin is closer to 15 million acre feet a year. The long-term average currently is at 14.7 million. The 10-year rolling average right now is a little over 13 million acre feet. The Colorado River Compact entered in 1922, divided up between the upper basin and the lower basin. The upper basin, which are the states of Colorado, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Utah. The lower basin being the water users in California, Arizona, and Nevada. The general concept of the compact was to divide the 15 million acre feet, 7.5 million to the upper basin states, and 7.5 million to the lower basin states. The 15 million was allocated, that it was felt there was surplus, and that the surplus would be used, surplus above 15 million would be used to meet any treaty with Mexico that would occur in the future. That treaty with Mexico did occur in 1944 and allocated an additional 1.5 million. So 16.5 million allocated amongst the upper basin, the lower basin states, and with Mexico. Still felt there was surplus in the river, allowed for the surplus to be shared by the upper and lower division states, depending on who needed it and when. The states of the upper basin, again, Colorado, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Utah, shared the 7.5 million acre feet. It was allocated in the Upper Colorado Compact in 1948, and Colorado received 51.75% of what the upper basin is allocated. It was felt that the upper basin was allocated 7.5 million, but in reality, they were allocated whatever was above what the 7.5 million that was needed by the lower basin states. So if you assume 7.5 million for the upper basin states, California or Colorado receives 51.75% of that. Colorado would enjoy the use of approximately 3.8 million acre feet of water for use in the state of Colorado. Fast forwarding to today, the upper basin states, as you can see, Colorado's using about 2.5 million of what we thought was about 3.8 million that we received under the compact, both the 1922 compact and the upper basin compact in 1948. As you can see, Colorado, as well as all the other upper basin states, are nowhere near 7.5 million currently. It's a rough number, it's approximate, it varies year to year. As you can imagine, calculating total consumptive use within the whole state of Colorado River water is difficult, but roughly 4 to 4.5 million acre feet is used within the state of Colorado. If you add that, or I'm sorry, 2.5 million is used in the state of Colorado, 4 to 4.5 in all the upper basin states combined. If you add in the evaporation at Lake Powell, can fluctuate from about 250,000 to 500,000, depending on the level, how full Lake Powell is. But if you assume about 0.4 million acre feet, the total use in the upper basin is less than 5 million acre feet today. Real quickly, within the state of Colorado, about 1 to 1.5 million of the water use of Colorado River water. Again, this is all the basins of the Colorado. There's on the west slope, Yampa, White, the Colorado main stem, the Gunnison, and then the San Juan and Animas and the other tributaries in the southwest part of the state. All use within basin and out of basin, pre-compact, roughly 1 to 1.5 million. Post-compact, meaning after the 1922 compact, somewhere around 1 million to 1.25 million acre feet. Of that post-compact use, about half of it is used on the west slope. The other half is used on the east slope via trans-mountain diversions. And as you all probably know, Northern Water operates one of the larger trans-mountain diversions. This is just a brief summary of what the trans-mountain diversions within the state of Colorado look like. There are 24 total tunnels, ditches, pipelines that bring water from the west slope and the Colorado River Basin to the east slope basins of the South Platte, the Arkansas, and the Rio Grande. The South Platte receives by far the bulk of these trans-mountain diversions. Again, about 500,000 acre feet total, of which the South Platte receives 360 to 370,000. The CBT project and the Windy Gap project are approximately 230,000 of that 370,000. So, going from the early years of the Colorado River, when the period of record started in the late 1800s, as you can see, the average flow has declined. Currently, the long-term average flow from the late 1800s until current is just under 14.8 million. The gray line there is the 10-year average, and you can see currently the 10-year rolling average is 13.2 million. Last year, you can see it was a pretty good year, 16.5 million acre feet of flow in the river. Compare that to 2018 when it was 4.6 million acre feet. You can see the variability there in the bar graphs, fluctuates year to year. Not here to predict what the future holds for us, but I can tell you that storage is what has got us through these times. There's approximately 50 million acre feet of storage on the Colorado River main stem between Lake Powell and Lake Mead, and that is used to take out the bounce, the variability in the hydrology year to year, get us through drier periods, store, refill the reservoirs during wetter periods. As you can see, the 10-year rolling average now of 13.2 is not uncommon. We've had times in the 30s, in the 50s and 60s, and in the early 2000s that were similarly dry cycles. Again, storage is what got us through those periods. So moving forward, this is to account for climate variability. So this is what you saw in the last graph, but narrowed in to the period of 1988 through 2017. This is what the Bureau of Reclamation refers to as the stress test hydrology. And it is a 10% reduction in inflows, 10% reduction in river flows in the Colorado River. So dropping from a 14.8 long-term average down to a 13.3 long-term average to insert into their modeling to see what a 10% drier future would look like. This is the projections on Lake Powell. You can see where we're at today, roughly half full, 12.7 million of the 20, almost 25 million is currently in storage in Lake Powell. Those lines you can see under good hydrology, average hydrology, and not so good hydrology. This is the 24-month outlook. If you look on the very bottom at 3490 is the minimum power pool. It's about 2 million acre feet of storage in the reservoir at that point. That's what everybody on the river wants to stay away from. And we're roughly about a little over 10 million above that currently at Lake Powell. We have an obligation to deliver 75 million acre feet over 10 years to meet the demands and to meet the use of the lower basin states. So again, going back to the compact, 7.5 million, but how the compact was structured is that the upper basin states would deliver 75 million over a 10-year running average to the lower basin states. That's what we use Lake Powell for. Store the water, release it, and we release the lower basin states plus half of the Mexico Treaty obligation out of Lake Powell each year. So this is the Bureau of Reclamation's 5-year model. This is as long as term as they forecast currently. As you can see, the blue line is if you assume historic hydrology, run it through all the different iterations of all the different scenarios of the years lining up, and you can see the blue shaded area on top, best case scenario, the blue line, average scenario, and you can't quite see, but where the pink on the bottom is, that line just above, there's a blue line. That would be the worst case under historic hydrology, average hydrology, over roughly 110 years of record. The red line and the pink shading is if you use a stress test hydrology. So reduction of flow by approximately 10% in the basin, and this is how Lake Powell reacts. And as you can see, the red line, if we did get the worst case scenario going forward, the reservoir would drop. The very absolute worst with the model is the pink area and the pink shading on the bottom. But as you can see, 3490 is off the graph. The area that we want to stay away from, the level in the reservoir we want to stay away from, is not even on this graph. So based on their modeling, where it's not projected that we would get to a point of crisis in Lake Powell and on the Colorado River. This is a long-term snapshot of storage in Lake Powell. You can see it was basically full coming into 2000, and you can see how it's handled dry cycles, gained a little back in wetter years, and if you look at those periods, especially between 2000 and 2005, where you see that very sharp decline, the inflows were very, very low for 5 years in a row. And storage at that point got as low as it's ever got, down to 8 million. We've since recovered. We got up to 18 million after 2011, which was a good wet year. Now we're back down in the 12 to 13 million range. But the reservoir and the storage on the system have got us through these, and hopefully will continue going forward. That's all I had. I just wanted to pass on some of the work that we at Northern Water are doing. So the state of Colorado is represented in these negotiations on the Colorado River Compact by Commissioner Mitchell, Becky Mitchell, who's also the director of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. She has alternates that help on the duties of negotiating with the other basin states. Mr. John McLeod, who's an attorney in the Gunnison area, and Mr. David Robbins, who's an attorney in the Denver area. Myself, Brad Wind, our general manager, and Bennett Rayleigh, our Northern Waters Council, are part of the Colorado River Advisors Group that help advise and inform and get information to our commissioner, to Commissioner Mitchell and her alternates. We also, Bennett Rayleigh, our counsel, serves on the legal committee for what's called the Upper Colorado River Commission that represents the 4 upper basin states. He's one of approximately 15 attorneys from the 4 states that represent the upper basin states in negotiations. And myself, I am on the engineering committee for the Upper Colorado River Commission. Again, about 15 engineers and technical folks that work on behalf of all 4 upper basin states in negotiations on the compact and operations on the Colorado River. With that, I thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Drager, the engineering division director for Northern Water.
Can you hold on one second while we have a few questions? Councilmember Christensen?
Thank you. I think this is a terrific presentation. On the page that says water use within Colorado, how much of the pre-compact water is Western Slope? I was told that a great deal more of that was Western Slope than Eastern Slope. Or, no, the opposite.
The majority of the pre-compact water use is on the West Slope.
Oh,
There's a couple of Trans Mountain diversions that are pre-compact. One being the Grand River Ditch that brings water out of Rocky Mountain National Park and into the Poudre Basin. Roughly diverts less than 20,000 acre feet a year on average. There are also a couple of very small Trans Mountain diversions on the magnitude of 1,000 acre feet that are also pre-compact. But all the rest is all West Slope, primarily West Slope irrigated agriculture.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Drager with Northern Water. I'll give just a brief background of the Windy Gap Firming Project. Start with a little bit of background on this map. In 1967, the mayor of Longmont, Ralph Price, went and applied for water rights for the Windy Gap project. I was an 8-year-old kid in Longmont then, and I don't remember that happening, but I apologize for that. So the Windy Gap project brings water from the Colorado River just downstream of the town of Granby, pumps it through a 5-mile pipeline into Lake Granby, which is part of the Colorado Big Thompson project, built by Reclamation, and we help operate that project now. And then it delivers that water over to the Front Range to Longmont and other cities that own Windy Gap water. When the Windy Gap project was built, it was completed in 1985. They did not construct their own storage reservoir, so they don't have their own reservoir to store water. They can put it in Lake Granby when there is space available. The last few years, Lake Granby has filled and spilled over the spillway, so there hasn't been room for Windy Gap water. Also, in very dry years, the water rights are junior and don't produce much water. So what Windy Gap has needed is its own storage reservoir. The Windy Gap Firming Project has been working for a number of years to firm the project, make it more reliable. And our proposal right now, and we have received permits for it, is to build Chimney Hollow Reservoir, which is just to the west of Carter Lake. Do I just use this? So just real quickly, the Windy Gap Firming Project serves 12 participating providers. They're shown on this map. They start at Broomfield on the south end, go up to Platte River Power north of Fort Collins, and out to the Greeley area. So it serves that kind of Front Range area, including the city of Longmont. The current status, and I'm not going to read everything on here, but on the left side, under milestones completed, gives you shows you the permitting process we've been through. We started in 2003. We went all the way through 2017 and received our permits. So we got approvals from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, from Grand County, and from the Bureau of Reclamation and the Corps of Engineers, among others, to construct this project. We got those permits in June of 2017. We started design of the project in 2016. And then in October of 2017, an environmental group filed a lawsuit against the Bureau of Reclamation and the Corps of Engineers stating that they improperly issued those permits, that they should have looked at a couple of issues more in a different way. So we're still in the middle of that lawsuit. We don't know when it will be over. All of the legal briefings have been provided to the judge, and we're waiting for the judge to make a ruling. So in the meantime, as the thing shows, we've been moving forward with design, finished that in July of 2019. We have just hired a construction contractor to begin with construction on the project. We hope to begin construction in 2020. Since we don't have the litigation complete, we hired a contractor, we're not actually going out in the field to do work. We're doing what we would call pre-construction work. We have an administrative notice to proceed. The contractor is doing work in the office to try and get ready so that when the lawsuit is complete, we can put the yellow iron out at the site and get the work done as efficiently as possible. So the contractor is working on construction permits that are needed. We need air quality permits, stormwater management permits, and other things. Working on value engineering, trying to find ways to see if we can save some money on the project. Working on looking at the risks of the project and figuring out if there are ways to reduce the risk and hopefully reduce cost. Working on putting together all of the paperwork they need to complete the project and make sure it's done under the specifications. So we really want to validate our assumptions and look at the risks in the project. And as I said, when the lawsuit's done, we hope to begin construction in 2020. So I'll leave it right there unless there are any questions. I didn't put this on here, but we did receive a bid from the contractor to build it for $484 million. And we have a 6-month delay on that if we need to. That adds a little bit of money to that bid. So we have a good estimate of what the cost is right now as we move forward. And I'll stop there and let Ken finish up.
Hold on 1 second. Councilmember Christensen?
I just have 2 questions. Thank
Sure.
you. Can you update us on when you think this lawsuit might be over with?
I get up every morning and look at my phone, hoping that there's something from the judge. Our attorney tells me that, he's an attorney with a lot of experience in this, and there's no telling when a judge will make a ruling. We hope this spring that we'll get a ruling.
Okay. The design firm that you're talking about under final design is MWH Global Incorporated, based out of Broomfield, but they were just, had they finished? Because they were just purchased a while ago by Stantec Consulting.
That's
So
correct.
is Stantec going to continue that work?
Yes,
Okay.
they were actually purchased about halfway through the design, and they are now
Okay.
Stantec.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Councilmember Hidalgo Faring. Oh, wait. One more question. Councilmember Hidalgo Faring.
So in regard to the lawsuit,
Yes.
the litigation, what would be the possible how would it impact depending on what the findings are?
Right. There are a couple ways that can happen. We have a strong belief, and our attorneys believe very strongly that we'll win this lawsuit, that the accusations are not correct, and we would just move forward with the process when the judge makes a ruling. There is a possibility for an appeal that could delay things.
Okay.
There's also a possibility that the judge would say some of the preliminary environmental work was not done correctly. We would go back and complete that work to their liking, and then continue on with the project would be our proposal.
So then
So it'd be another delay probably on the project.
Approximately how long would that be?
It's
to
hard
having
to
to go
say.
back?
It's hard to say. 6 months to a year, maybe something like that. I'm guessing. I don't know that
Okay.
number, but
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Ken Houston, Water Resources Manager. I'd just like to kind of wrap up the whole Windy Gap Firming Project discussion. Essentially what we have before you tonight on the consent agenda is the fifth interim agreement, the Fifth Amendment to the Fifth Interim Agreement, which funds the Windy Gap Firming Project for the 2020 year. The funds will be transferred in January. We've done this the last few years, funded it a year-by-year basis. Essentially, when the federal suit gets finished, then we'll be able to fund it completely. This request tonight is for $1 million. Primarily, those funds are going to, again, start the preliminary work with the contractor. It also is finishing up a few details on the design. It's helping us get going with some of our mitigation. There's a number of mitigation projects that we've started ahead of the actual construction of the reservoir for a number of reasons. And so that really helps us keep the project moving. So be happy to answer any questions on that particular item if there are any. If not, I'll jump into the second item we have on the consent agenda tonight, which is the Southern Water Supply Project, and that's a request for construction of a pumping station. Just to briefly reiterate, Longmont's participation in the Southern Water Supply Project dates back to the mid-1990s when we originally acquired 13 CFS of capacity from Carter Lake to our turnout. If you look at the map here, this area just north of Longmont, the line comes down from Carter Lake and it splits on Vermilion Road. At Vermilion Road, there's called the eastern leg that goes out to eventually Fort Morgan, and the main pipeline goes actually through Longmont, essentially paralleling Airport Road, and goes down and serves Superior and Broomfield, Erie, Louisville, some of the southern cities. Right north of Vermilion Road, we have a turnout. We call it the Carter Lake Connecting Pipeline. That connects our water treatment plants, both Wade Gaddis and our new water treatment plant, the Nelson Flanders Water Treatment, to this water supply pipeline. As Dale informed earlier, that was our only water supply after the flood of 2013. That kind of helps us understand the importance of this water supply pipeline. Around 2000, a number of the participants were needing additional capacity in the pipeline, and rather than build a second pipeline, most of the participants agreed that the most cost-effective way to do that would be to put a pumping station on each of those two lines, basically the line that goes out to eastern Colorado, as well as the line that goes south to Broomfield. The southern water route, the southern line to Broomfield, we actually have already constructed that pumping station, and that pumping station is actually located here in Longmont at the intersection of Airport and Quail Road. It's been operating for about 15 years or so. Most people don't even know it's there. It's extremely quiet. I applaud Northern Water, did an extremely diligent job of soundproofing the building and the area so that most people just drive by and see a small building there. That got Longmont additional capacity. We went from 13 CFS up to 24.3 CFS, which really helps us develop our water supply for the Nelson Flanders Water Treatment Plant and well into the future. The only thing about that project is while that got our kind of segment of the line, it also lowers the head in the pipe so that deliveries to eastern Colorado, to Fort Morgan, aren't possible under full demand. So we had to, another pumping station has to be built. That basically is the last phase of the whole entire project. That will be built where the eastern pipeline crosses the South Platte River, directly east of us. And that is what is being asked for tonight, the funding to build that pipeline. It's important to Longmont because if we don't fund that, then we would drop back from our 24 CFS capacity back to our 13, which would not be great. So that's the second request tonight, is for participation in that project. So be happy to answer questions on any of the projects or whatever.
So I have one of process, meaning we now no longer need to pull 8C. This was the presentation, right?
Correct, yes.
Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. I was going to weigh in a few minutes ago, and then then I got out, assuming we were going to.
Let's do it
when
now.
we went through the.
They started, so let's.
All right, so we're dealing with 8B right now,
Or 8C.
or 8C. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're not, they've given, we don't have to. You can pull it and we can do it now, but he's here with, if you have questions on the presentation.
Well, not on the presentation. I do have a question about the $1 million plus that we're talking about now, what that rolls up to. There are some questions in the materials about at 8,000 acre feet with that additional commitment being $59 million total. If I don't have the material, we're not at that place in the agenda, so I don't have it in front of me. But if I'm not mistaken, it's a $59 million number we're talking about if we approve this expenditure tonight, correct?
Mayor and Councilmember Waters, $59 million is the currently projected cost to Longmont for the 8,000 acre feet at time of at final construction. Tonight, we're approving a $1 million draft. That actually, the $1 million is part of that $59 million.
I get it. But we do these incrementally, right? So, and I've raised this question before, and so it's not going to surprise you guys. When this got presented initially, you recommended I was sitting up there, Dale, and listened to your very excellent presentation. You and Ken, I think, tag teamed it. When you were recommending 6,000 acre feet would be adequate, given all the science that was factored into those recommendations, the consultant with whom you worked, everything that we could predict or project at that point about climate change. The recommendation was 6,000 acre feet with all the projected costs, and I've got those numbers in front of me. But what it rolled up to was an estimated cost at the end of the project of $47 million for 10,000 acre feet, which is where the council eventually went, right? So it's $4,700 an acre foot, right?
At that time.
Yes, at
You're
that time.
correct.
Subsequently, the council rolled it back to 8,000 acre feet.
Correct.
But we're still talking. We didn't roll back the cost, just the number of acre feet.
What happened in that same time frame, as you'll recall, the cost estimate of the project
I get it.
increased almost at the same level as the reduction
Here's my
in
concern.
capacity.
We're now talking about going from $4,700 an acre foot to just under $7,500 an acre foot in 24 months. So we just heard that we may be a year or two away, depending on what happens with the lawsuit. If the meter's running at 16.5% or 17 or 18% a year, at what point do we say we've got to look at some other alternatives? Or we've got to, among the alternatives, in fact, one of the things you mentioned in the materials is to scale it back to 7,500 acre feet. So a question I would have, and this wouldn't surprise you because I asked it to you 48 hours ago, what are the implications of saying, you know what, we're going to scale back to 7,500? Because I also asked, where are we in terms of use, and how solid is the 6,000 acre foot recommendation that you made in 2017? I think the answer was that's still solid, maybe more solid today than it was then, based on conservation. So I'm supportive of the project, but we need to make certain, I need to know, and I think everybody else in town needs to know, what are the costs, because when they start adding up incrementally, I don't want to lose sight of what the big picture here is and what we just raised water rates at 16.5% increase in costs. What are those water rates going to look like a year and 2 and 3 from now, right? And I understand how important water is to the future of every municipality in the Front Range. But we got to come to grips with what are the parameters here where we say, whoops, it's time to rescale in order to keep this affordable if our estimates for need is still consistent with what you brought in 2017. I'm done.
Ready? Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Waters, thank you. You did note that we put some additional information in this communication in order to give council at least an understanding of how the staff is evaluating the project as we move forward. I think we laid out several different options. One of those options was to remain at the 8,000 acre foot level, and we would make adjustments to other capital projects within the capital improvement program. We'd make those recommendations to you to adjust the capital program, thereby allowing us to have the funding at this higher cost per acre foot. I think the project is further along, certainly now that they have secured at least the initial construction bid. But having said that, we all know that projects, as they go from start to finish, many times can have increases. I think the project also has some pretty hefty contingencies in it to cover any anticipated construction expenses. And Jeff may be able to actually provide more information on the detail of that in order to give you all some comfort with regards to what is the contingency that's in the project, and do you feel like it's adequate? So having said all that, the staff did the supply and demand analysis, and then we recently updated it, I think, earlier this year in May of 19, and we brought that report to the council. What that essentially showed was that the 6,000 acre feet of participation in this project would be adequate, but I do have a couple caveats there. One is that we also noted in that presentation that Envision Longmont is calling for a densification of the city and an increased water demand of the city in order to achieve that broader community goal as laid out in Envision Longmont. So that additional demand is really taking up some of the conservation that we had achieved up to now. The other thing I think I mentioned to you, Councilman Waters, also was that when we look at the 100-year drought, which is a 7-year drought here in the city, we are modeling that, going through that drought without a reduction of demand. And we've been through droughts before. I've been through the 2002 drought, the 2012 drought, and we will put on watering restrictions, just like every other community around us. The question to ask yourself is, and I think what I told you on the phone was that I consider that sort of our back pocket insurance, that we know the citizens of Longmont respond very well when requested to reduce their demand. They've done that many times for us, and I think they would do it again. I wish I could stand here and say I know they were going to do it every time. So that's really an insurance. And so Tonight, the continuance of the project with this fifth agreement does not commit you to stay at 8,000 acre feet, number one. That is not
That's an
something.
important, that
you
would be
are
a question
not-
I would have followed up with.
You are not being asked or making that commitment tonight. We will bring to you that final commitment at such time as the project is actually ready to go to construction, meaning the lawsuits have been cleared, the project's ready to move. It will be at that time that we will, as a community and as a council, you will make the decision how much does Longmont want to be in this project. So this $1 million investment is an investment in the project. If we were to lower our participation, say down to 7,500, those are funds that we have put in that are credited against our account, if you will.
I understand.
So
Even
that's-
if we scale it back,
Right.
we still need to make this investment now, right? Even if we're going to scale it back. I get that.
Just to stay on the track. Again, knowing that not making that commitment tonight, I believe the action of the council in lowering from the 10,000 to the 8,000 was really that middle ground between the staff and the water board at the time.
It was a political decision.
Well, it was a decision, right? It certainly, in my estimation, is adequate. 8,000 is adequate, which is what we have also been saying. We believe it's probably more than what some of our analyses would suggest would be the bare minimum we would need. I think it's a great project. I've always said that. It is high quality water. It is water that sits above this city, and it is a regional project that only comes around once in a generation.
I get it. I'm not suggesting that we're not going to be involved with
But I
this
appreciate
project.
yeah.
I am guessing, as we talk about, I saw in that last slide about validating assumptions. So my guess is when you stood here in 2017, you were working with a different set of assumptions about what total costs were going to be, or you wouldn't have been talking about the numbers.
I would have had different numbers
So
for you.
The,
You
the
bet.
assumptions change a bunch in 24 months. So I'm guessing that we're going to see, I'm making an assumption that from our Climate Action Task Force, we're going to see some recommendations that likely would help us on the conservation side. I'd be surprised if we don't get some of those recommendations.
I would think so.
I guess the related question is, if you were pressed based on all the science, and we could not, we got to a point where it's either scaling back or continuing to raise rates to cover the escalating costs, what kind of a recommendation would you bring us?
Fair question. We just went through an extensive rate analysis and study with you, and I know you all took a lot of heat from a lot of your constituents, and on behalf of staff, we thank you for that. I'd be pressed hard to increase rates even higher, and instead, I would do what we have done already in the communication today. I would look at the prioritization of other projects, and I would look at other funding that could come about as opposed to putting a greater burden on the citizens.
Can I ask just one last question? I'll let you go, or I'll stop and others may weigh in. I asked a question in the memo we got from the water board. I asked the water board chair in the last meeting about the assumption or presumption in that memo and in what I heard from the water board back in 2017, that the agreement with Colorado Public Service is tenuous, right? There's an assumption that they're going to cancel that. There's the 15-year window. But the assumption is, and a lot of what the projected need is in terms of storage is tied to the assumption or presumption that agreement's going to get canceled. So the question I asked you when we were talking, I didn't ask it quite this way. What are the probabilities, right? From your experience, the probabilities that's going to get canceled anytime soon, number one. It's kind of the related question is, what are the probabilities we can renegotiate that contract, and rather than have a 15-year window, a 20 or 25-year window?
Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Waters, again, as we discussed on the phone, I believe it would be in the city's interest to continue our partnership with Public Service Company, which we have been in for almost my entire time here at the city. They're a reliable partner. We all get, though, that things are changing. and that they may or may not be needing this water for their Pawnee power plant on the Eastern Plains. I would like our staff to initiate and continue those discussions with Platte River along the lines of both extending the 75-year time frame as well as the window for curtailment or termination of the agreement. Clearly, both of those would be in our interest, and I believe they, meaning public service companies, see this as an agreement that has worked very well for them as well, for a lot of reasons, given our abilities to deliver water lower on the river and closer to their plant.
So I said the last thing. I'm not asking a question. I'm making a comment. That when we get to a decision, are we all in at 8,000? Or are we going to reconsider square footage? It'll be really important to me to know where we are with that negotiation, right? With Public Service Company of Colorado. Thank you.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to look at it a little bit differently in that you said for payment of the Windy Gap, Chimney Hollow Reservoir, you are readjusting some of the capital improvement projects or pushing them back. Did I understand you correctly?
So Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Pack, what we put in the communication was to give council some insight into how we might approach that situation. We're not there yet tonight.
Okay, good.
If let's say tonight was the night you had to make the call. Our work as staff would be to provide you with viable options and to talk about the consequences of those options. And so if we would either defer a project, push it out a year as opposed to the year it was started, those are the types of things that we're looking at. We would certainly never come to you and recommend either a deferment or a abandonment of another critical project that's needed for the overall water system.
Good.
So we're all looking at it in a prioritized way and understanding the consequences of a deferral.
Great, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
I just have a quick question, and that is, of the 8,000 acre feet, how much of it, I don't know the correct terminology, but we get 8,000, but how much of it is actually usable? How much of it, I mean, we're firming the 8,000, but with all you decrease it by a certain percentage, what is the actual number?
Mayor Bagley, if I understand you correctly, there's a couple of things going on there. We have full use of the 8,000 acre feet of storage space, if you will, in the reservoir.
But right.
But the
yield,
firming ratio, the yield that we receive, you got to divide that by about 2.42. So you take 8,000 divided by 2.42. Can't do that in my head immediately. That is what we believe, based on the analysis, results in a firm yield of Windy Gap through the drought.
So 3,306, more or less. I mean, if you trust
your
my
math
fingers,
was right,
it's
yes.
not my math. It's Samsung's calculator math.
Okay, I'm with you.
All right, so it's not $7,375 per acre foot. It's actually more than that, right?
Per firm acre foot, it's going to be more than that.
Right. So divided
Absolutely.
by 3,306, $17,846 per firm acre foot, more or less.
More or less.
Right. And so I know, and then what do we pay to get water right now out of the Colorado River?
You mean for delivery of the water?
What I mean is, if we're going to purchase,
So
forget the
if you're
cost
going to
to
say
deliver.
buy a CBT share?
Yes, but
the
do
unit of
we have to do
CBT?
that at this point?
No, we're not. We have not been in the market of trying to buy CBT for a number of years, simply because the price has escalated to 50 to 55,000, possibly more per unit, which is about 0.76 acre feet of water. So when you compare even the Windy Gap firming cost with the cost of CBT, it is still
Way cheap.
less expensive.
Right. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. All right. Let's move on to first call, public invited to be heard. Or do you have other things, Mr. Houston? Okay. Great. All right. Let's go move on to first call, public invited to be heard. Can I get the second sheet, please? 2. All right. Let's start. And if you've got 3 minutes, and if you could, please state your name and your address for the record. And if you don't see the light come on, sometimes I get flustered. Feel free to beat me up all you want. But if the light's not on, it just means that I forgot to hit the 3-minute mark. So even Mayor Bagley gets a little flustered. And so I don't want to cheat anybody of their time. So if the light's not on, somebody yell, Brian, light, okay? So let's go ahead and start with James Nielsen. Hello, Mr. Nielsen. Good evening.
I'm James Nielsen, 2727 Nelson Road, Unit W205. This is my son Isaac.
Nice to meet you.
I'm here tonight. We have we're one of the very fortunate to have the best water probably in the world coming from these mountains. And the city of Longmont is ruining that for me and my family. And that's why I'm here tonight. I'm here to ask the city of Longmont to please, as soon as possible, please stop unlawfully, recklessly, absurdly, forcefully medicating myself and my family with fluoride. And I know I only have 3 minutes, so I would like to know how I could get an official answer to that request. It's very important. I have an answer. Yes or no? May I receive that answer now? Will you please stop that as soon as possible? May I have an answer?
So we don't communicate, this is public invited to be heard. We usually
Okay.
at this point, if you want to wait till council and mayor and council
Can I
comments.
arrange to receive an answer?
You could talk to usually that gentleman right there, but if you could actually touch base with Sandy Cedar, yes.
Okay, and I can contact you and get, okay, and you can answer me? Well, that's what I need, because I intend to sue for cessation of this, and so I'm seeking remedy tonight.
Did I take it back? You should talk to that guy.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Gordon Pedro.
Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive.
You
Longmont.
could hold on 1 second. I want to give you, if we could just wait till. Thank you. Well, I haven't started it yet. All right. Go ahead. Name and address, and I'll start it.
Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive, Longmont. I attended the first 2 hours of your December 3rd meeting. Lots of drama and a few surprises. For me, the biggest surprise of the night did not receive the press coverage. It was the announcement by the mayor that he and the city manager had been meeting with the owners of Lifebridge property in Firestone regarding re-annexing to the city of Longmont. The mayor stated that he asked the city manager to schedule an executive session so that the council could receive legal advice regarding how best to entice the Lifebridge property owners back to Longmont. The mayor's announcement was an attempt to forestall a discussion about potential policy changes regarding metro districts. I would like to share a few reasons this announcement was a surprise. For nearly 2 decades, I have watched the various owners of these properties repeatedly shop for the best development opportunity in Weld County, Firestone, and Longmont. Only Longmont has an assured water supply. 2, in August 2007, the Longmont City Council approved an ordinance annexing these properties. 3, in December 2007, concerned Longmont residents submitted sufficient petitions to force a special election regarding the Lifebridge annexation. The only time in decades, maybe forever, that a petition was used to force a special election on a Longmont annexation. 4, in January 2008, instead of risking an annexation defeat, Lifebridge withdrew its application and sought a so-called better deal in Firestone. 5, since the annexing to Firestone, scores of oil and gas wells have been drilled on some of these properties. Why should Longmont residents support annexing these toxic industrial sites into our city? How would that be compatible with the existing council policies regarding setbacks and public health? How would these actions be compatible with your sustainability goals? It was a surprise to hear that Longmont officials believe that an executive session is in order to firm up enticements to encourage landowners to de-annex from Firestone and re-annex to Longmont, a move guaranteed to increase our sprawl, force the inefficient extension of our services, and saddle our existing residents with more costs. 7, with all the history these properties carry, I am shocked that Longmont residents only hear of this scheme by chance. Council members, before you go down this path, I encourage you to listen to more than your own voices in executive session. Thousands of residents who signed petitions in 2007, along with many who have not previously been involved, will demand proof that annexing these properties will bring exceptional value to our community. Why would one of the nation's fastest growing boom towns want to poach land from Firestone and start a new annexation war? Is this really about accommodating a developer's need for Longmont's assured water supply? Before moving forward, please review the costly results of the last annexation war Longmont fought with Firestone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mark Jones. And by the way, if you're under the age of 18 and have school tomorrow, can you raise your hand? All right, how many of you are actually waiting to speak? Okay, I'm going to call you out of order, okay? So hang tight. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Merrick Jones, 209 Nelson, Erie. I am here to talk about environmental sustainability and renewable energy. So I wanted to talk about the town of Longmont as a whole in the government level is doing well with renewable energy and environmental sustainability with multiple projects and similar things to help that. But it's lacking at an individual level. And I know that it may seem that the government can't do anything about that, that it's up to the citizens. But if the government raises awareness, the people trust the government and will listen to the government. So if you tell them that this is an important issue, which it is, and inform them of what they can do and everyday life, in their everyday life, that would make as much of a difference as a large-scale renewable energy project, such as a solar farm or something similar. And it would be less costly and easier to do. So, yeah. Yeah, that's it for me. Next is my partner, Logan Hosmer, to talk about the solution that we propose.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jones. I'm going to reset the time. Logan Hosmer. And if I mispronounce the name, Logan, you can just correct me. Everybody else does.
No, you actually said it right. But
Cool.
So, I'm Logan Hosmer. Okay. So I'm Logan Hosmer.
After the address. Thank you, though.
I am Logan.
You want to state your address or no?
Okay, yeah, address.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. 1854 Wilson Circle in Erie. And I'm gonna say some solutions for the problem that Merrick Jones said. So we decided that some communication methods for his ideas could be maybe setting up a phone number of some sorts that you could text for daily environmental tips, or maybe make a pop-up or section in the town website or something like that that could help that could give statistics on energy efficiency or give tips on how to be more energy efficient and resource efficient. And like he said, these methods would be cheaper and they would work probably as well as like a solar farm, wind farm, or projects that size.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Thank you. You did great, though. Thanks, Logan.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. What I'm going to ask, if you've signed up and you're under, what I was going to say is, if you have school tomorrow, if you could come and just let's come up and then say your name, and I'll just mark you off the list. So let's go ahead, and whoever's right behind this podium that I can't see, Patricio, is it Will? Will Whiteley? Okay. You're up, Will. If you can state your name and address, and I'll start your time.
I'm Will Whiteley, and I live at 2085 Pinion Place in Erie. And so, what's our problem? Our problem with tech these days is cyberbullying. It has major problems in places including the following: social media, video games, texting, and emailing. This affects kids who are being cyberbullied by making them feel sad. So, cyberbullying can cause tears. When a child is cyberbullied, it could scare them or maybe even make them cry. This is why cyberbullying needs to stop. Children, or anyone for that matter, are always being affected by cyberbullies all over the world. Around half the teens have been victims of cyberbullying. Only 1 in 10 teens tell parents if they've been a cyberbully victim. Fewer than 1 in 5 cyberbully incidents have been reported to law enforcement, and 1 in 10 adolescents or teens have embarrassing or damaging pictures taken of themselves without their permission, often using cell phone cameras. Many experts try to help cyberbully victims, but sometimes cyberbullying is so serious that it can make a person change how they are as human beings. And we are experts at this because we are in middle school and see examples of cyberbullying all the time in games and messages. How we can stop it. There are many ways we can stop cyberbullying, including punishment or role model. There's still many more ways to stop it, but those are just my ideas. Thanks for listening.
Good job, Mr. Wiley. All right, so shall we start right here and just go down the list, say your name, and I'll find you on the list.
Hello, good evening, members of the council. My name is Olivia Betcher, 4901 Nelson Road, and I'm here with the Silver Creek Leadership Academy. And before I tell you all about a capstone project that I'm doing as a part of the academy, I wanted to thank you all for your service just in the Longmont community. I've lived in Longmont my entire life, and it's been amazing to see the growth of the community. And also, I'm very fortunate to live in a city that cares about education. I'm very passionate about education, and because of teachers that I've had from elementary school to high school, I now want to become a teacher, which translates into my capstone project, the Instructional Student Assistant Program. So we call it ISA, and it's a program that places upperclassmen into freshman and sophomore classes as peer teachers or instructional students. And they have the opportunity to plan lessons and warm-ups and activities, and they assist students who are struggling and make sure that those students are getting valuable one-on-one teacher time without taking time away from the classroom and from the teacher. So, for example, I was first introduced into the program my freshman year when a student who founded the program was teaching in one of my classes. And it was just so inspiring to see somebody who was passionate about education teach to me who was still in high school. It was amazing to see the things that she was able to accomplish as a high school because of this program, and so I decided to take it on as my capstone project. ISA decreases the student-to-teacher ratio, so it saves the district money and makes sure that everybody is able to understand the material that they're learning fully. It also provides students who are in the ISA classrooms a fuller perspective, one that a teacher can't really provide because they aren't a student. It also has, over the 3 years that ISA has been in place, it has increased the graduation rates and decreased failure rates in classes that are at high risk. We currently have 14 ISAs now in the program and improving those classrooms and communities. And I'm really thankful to be a part of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. I'm Abby Fosfit of 4901 Nelson Road, and likewise to my peers, I'm part of the Silver Creek Leadership Academy as well. And I wanted to take the time to tell you a little bit about my capstone project, which is something I like to call Colorado Sportswomen. It is a social social media internship with 2 other organizations known as Sportswomen of Colorado and Colorado Coaches of Girls Sports, both of which advocate for female athletes of Colorado, with Colorado Coaches of Girls Sports, otherwise known as CCGS, focusing more on high school athletes in particular, and Sportswomen of Colorado focusing on a variety of ages, collegiate level and professional level included. I knew I wanted to base my project on something on athletics because I have been passionate about sports my entire life. I started out playing soccer for 11 years before I switched to strictly cross country and track and field, and I intend to continue into the collegiate level, which is just really amazing. I'm also very interested in the study of journalism, and I know that these organizations do not have a lot of public knowledge, and their social media platforms in general, as of Facebook and Twitter, are not really well established, and I personally didn't know about them, and as a female athlete myself, I think I should have known about them all along, and I think other people deserve to know about them as well. So bringing their presence onto a more relevant and more younger platform, I think, is going to make a huge difference for their advocacy. And I think being a part of their mission statement is also really important too, as their mission statement is advocating for female athletes of Colorado. I've had the opportunity so far to attend a Sportswomen of Colorado fundraiser at MSU Denver. It was a silent auction, and I posted about all the items that were up for auction, and I met all the board members as well, which was really awesome to meet those interactions face to face to kick off my project to start with. I also attended the All-State Volleyball Games, which was the top 18 volleyball players from different classifications, and I posted about that and posted about the scores and the different teams and the hand selecting as well. And I've been conducting interviews with female athletes from Colorado as well. For example, Allison Howlett, she qualified for nationals in the triathlon, and hopefully soon I'll be doing an interview with Valerie Almond, who competed in the IAAF World Championships in discus. I hope to continue this advocacy effectively with my project. Female athletics has made tremendous strides over the last 10 years, and the achievements are just insane, and I think there needs to be more equitable coverage for that. I want everyone everywhere to know more about this, and I figured I'd start with my hometown. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. By the way, you won. You were last on the list. You won the public invited to be heard game.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and City Council. I'm the other Abby Coons from 4901 Nelson Road. I'm a senior at Silver Creek High School, involved in the Silver Creek Leadership Academy. As a senior, I'm given the task to complete a senior capstone project throughout the year-long class. This year, I've created Creek Clue, a program made for middle school students to be educated about criminology and investigation. I'll be carrying out my project this year at Flagstaff Academy Middle School with Mr. Boone Starr, who has a forensics class second semester, which I'll be going in twice a month to help him mostly in mock trials and mock crime scenes to get the children engaged and educated in the world of investigation. I've gotten a lot of volunteers to help me in the class activities already, and I'm super excited to be a leader of this program. I've done a lot of research and collaborations for this project. Officer Fairbanks from the Frederick Police Department has been showing me the ropes and teaching Criminal Law 101. I observed Frederick High School's mock trial that they performed last week, which was led by Officer Fairbanks, which gave me a lot of insight as to how to perform the activity myself at Flagstaff. I've also interviewed the detectives and the commander of the Frederick Police Department to get a better description of their jobs and their input on my project. If anybody would like any updates about my project, what I'm doing, or how it can help, please feel free to follow my social media or email me. Both contacts are on these business cards, which I think I hand out this way. Anyway, thank you so much for your time tonight, and have a good one, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's move on to the next one. Wait, sorry again? No, the next one. Yeah, meaning student, bedtime.
Short, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and City Council members. My name is Sophia Bennett, 4901 Nelson Road in Longmont, Colorado. I'm a senior in the Silver Creek Leadership Academy at Silver Creek High School, and I would like to share a little bit about my project with you. The Silver Creek Leadership Academy, also known as SCLA, is a 4-year program focused on building leadership skills in high school students. During our 4th year in SCLA, we have the opportunity to create, manage, and promote a capstone project of our choosing. I have chosen a project titled Girl Code, which is focused on promoting healthy and respectful communication skills between young women. I am having monthly meetings next semester with middle school girls at Altona Middle School, We will discuss topics such as the female high school experience, self-respect, managing differing opinions between friends, positive body image, use of social media, managing stress, and universal kindness. Along with our meetings, I will also be conducting fun activities and volunteer opportunities at local women's groups to create meaningful experiences, memories, and friendships between these girls. Throughout high school, I have experienced an abundance of negativity between girls, and I am working to change that. Through kindness, understanding, and respect, young women can grow and support one another through not only high school, but life. Thank you. I also have business cards and stickers. I think I put these here.
I want stickers.
Thank you.
All right, next. We're not allowed to clap for anything we say. I'm just assuming this is all encouragement for our youth. So, all right, go ahead.
All right. Hi, I'm Addison Hora from 4901 Nelson. I'm also a part of the Silver Creek Leadership Academy with them at Silver Creek. And so for my capstone project, I really was inspired by the sort of homeless community and community that's kind of struggling with money issues here in Longmont. And I've worked with them in the past, volunteering with different programs, so I wanted to kind of center my project around that. So I came up with my idea that's called Birthday Bakes, where I bake birthday cakes for youth in the community that are part of families who have financial struggles. And I really like doing this because a lot of those kids can feel sort of neglected or not as important as other kids they see around them, that their families don't have those financial struggles, because oftentimes their parents are more focused on trying to get more money and work and things like that, and don't have as much time for their kids as they would like. So I think by doing this and helping to make sure that they feel special on this day really helps to brighten their mood and make sure that they know that they are seen and important, and just because maybe they don't have the same advantages as their peers, it doesn't mean they're any less special. To kind of support my project, you can sponsor a birthday cake. It's $20. You can go to the SCLA website and then go to the shop and just do it right there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, is that it for the students? Anybody else? I saw some younger people. All right, let's go back to the top of the list. Jackie List.
Mayor Bagley, council members, my name is Jackie List. I live at 402 11th Avenue, and I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of the board, staff, and volunteers of Safe Shelter of St. Vrain Valley. Safe Shelter has been operating in service to Longmont and the greater St. Vrain Valley since the early 1970s. Beginning as a bare-bones grassroots service, we now offer comprehensive services both in a residential emergency shelter and a non-residential public office. Each year we serve approximately 600 adults and children, 200 through our emergency shelter services, 400 through our public office. Over 3,000 people access our crisis line each year, and hundreds more receive legal services or information. Our services are absolutely confidential, free of charge, and available in both English and Spanish. Staff members are diverse in age, ethnicity, gender identity, education, and experience. Our first priority is to provide strength-based, client-directed, and trauma-informed services to our community. We operate under threat of violence to our clients, staff, and volunteers. When safety is threatened, we are charged with protecting those we serve. We do this in collaboration with law enforcement and other community partners. We believe in the strength and resilience of our clients. We work with them in support of their safety, healing, independence, and self-sufficiency. We are not here to rescue survivors. We do nothing to control their choices. They have had enough of others controlling their lives. Rather, we provide access to tools and resources. They are the experts in their lives. We are the navigators. They are the drivers. While we do not control their choices or decisions, we do attempt to maintain an environment that is safe for all. And we have expectations that our clients will honor safe space and live in peaceful community with others, especially in shelter. On occasion, our expectations may not be met for a variety of reasons. Safe Shelter takes allegations, such as those made to council on December 10th, very seriously. Our primary purpose is to maintain safety and security for our clients. It is because of Safe Shelter is clear about our expectations around appropriate interpersonal behavior, and we have a long and successful history of protecting survivors and have continued support from our community, our city, and our law enforcement agency. Our guidelines and expectations may not work for everyone. When that occasion arises, Safe Shelter helps those clients to find other service options. When the shelter safety is breached, a resident may be asked to exit the shelter. In those cases, appropriate referrals are provided. During inclement weather, space is provided at a local hotel or motel. Client safety, security, and self-empowerment is the first concern of Safe Shelter's board, staff, and volunteers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And before anybody gets mad, I did stop her clock. I gave her an extra 10 seconds. I'm sorry. No. I did it because I'm sure you timed it out. All right, Lynette McLean. Then after Lynette McLean, it's Pat Davis, then Susan Bryant. So.
Hi, Mayor Bagley and Longmont City Council. My name is Lynette McLean. My address is 763 Sandpoint Drive. I'm here tonight to present a formal complaint to the Longmont City Council. And I'm speaking on behalf of the following people: Pat Davis, Jim Kenworthy, Elizabeth Olson, Eve Palmer, Edna Lohman, Ruby Bowman, Hazel Gordon, Julie Dodone, Michael Belmont, Laura Hinton, Padma Wick, and Jennifer Hinton, We are a group of individual local residents, and we don't represent any particular organization or group. As citizens of Longmont, we are concerned about the mayor. We believe his angry, unprofessional, and even threatening behavior is impairing the city council's ability to conduct the business it was elected to do. This has fomented divisiveness among council members. It has created an atmosphere of intimidation and disrespect, and is resulting in concerns for our public safety. The purpose of this complaint is to call attention to some of the incidents that have given rise to our concerns. It is our desire that through the process of resolving this complaint, order, fairness, and respect will be restored to our city council. On October 22nd, 2019, the mayor yelled at residents in an angry tone with a raised voice saying, "I hate all of you, then screw you," blank. This resident has asked to remain unnamed. This transpired before the city council meeting and outside of council chambers. On November 15th, 2019, upon receiving a complaint from a resident, the mayor used poor judgment by taking that complaint directly to the local press. His handling of this particular matter was improper, and it's creating questions regarding his commitment to fairness and impartiality. Also on November 19th, after being reminded repeatedly by 4 council members that an issue currently under investigation should not be discussed in council, the mayor continued this discussion for some time, ignoring the council's agenda and squandering the time that should have focused on council business. This inappropriate discussion has continued in subsequent council sessions. And I'm going to waive the rest of my time. Pat Davis is going to continue with this complaint. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, Pat Davis.
Mayor and members of council, my name is Pat Davis, 1709 Harvard Street. I will continue to read the Longmont City Council complaint. On November 19th, 2019, a resident who spoke during public invited to be heard was verbally attacked by the mayor from the dais at the session's end and was berated again after the meeting had adjourned. On December 3rd, 2019, the mayor admitted to abdicating his duties. During this city council meeting, he stated, "I don't read my city emails. I have Elva," I believe that's an employee of his law firm, "do it. And if it's important, she tells me. Not only is this highly irregular, it is a violation of the council confidentiality requirement." On December 3rd, 2019, the mayor also violated the Colorado Open Records Act, CORA, by providing a personal check to city staff to cover the cost of the citizens' CORA request. The CORA request rules explicitly state that the requester must pay the fee for a CORA request. This act was not only unethical, but sets a terrible precedent for future handlings of CORA requests by residents. There are also other numerous instances of mayoral conduct clearly violating City Council's rules of procedure. Copies of these incidents are available upon request. In conclusion, the mayor's behavior has created a toxic environment for the council. This seriously interferes with the ability of council to conduct business. We are bringing this complaint forward because Longmont deserves an appropriate professional environment for city governance. Therefore, we are requesting that an ethics committee be established to develop a formal procedure so that consistency, objectivity, and fairness will be applied to all future complaints. Thank you in advance for your prompt attention to this complaint.
Thank you. Susan Bryant.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Susan Bryant. I live at 1237 Purdue Drive. I'm here tonight to speak to you about the crisis in the refugee resettlement. This was mentioned by Mayor Bagley at the beginning of the council meeting, and I'm not quite sure where you are on reviewing what Governor Polis has sent to you, or where you are on reviewing Executive Order 13888. But it's very important that the City of Longmont act quickly so that resettlement agencies can resettle refugees in the Longmont area. Without the local consent, the new federal executive order will prohibit them from applying for funds, which they have to do by January 21st of next year, and receiving grants and funding for their programs. So the resettlement agencies are having to go to each and every local government and to the state governments, county governments, et cetera, to get this permission, written consent from each of those entities in order to resettle refugees here. I have worked as a volunteer with the International Rescue Committee for the last 3 years, and I have assisted numerous refugees in Longmont and in Boulder County, and it's been an amazing experience. We are enriched and diversified by the presence of legal refugees being in our community, and I would urge you as soon as possible to sign the written consent that would allow the resettlement agencies to resettle these refugees here in our community, many times reuniting with other family members that are already here. I have presented you also with a more detailed letter, and I thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. And Michael Belmont. My new neighbor. I'm moving in next door, seriously.
Seriously?
Hi.
Wow, that's awesome. Good evening, neighbor, fellow council members, to my new neighbor. Michael Belmont, 841 Tenacity Drive. Now you know where to find him, or near Longmont. Tonight, I focus on the November 19th council meeting and how the matter of Councilwomen Peck and Christensen's communications with the Our Center were handled. At that meeting, there was a blatant rush to judgment and condemnation of Ms. Peck and Ms. Christensen without a fair hearing or even an opportunity for the accused to be able to offer an explanation or defense. The behavior by council members Waters and Bagley, and to a lesser degree Martin, was, in my opinion, abusive, bullying, and likely slanderous. I encourage folks to view the exchange starting at 19 minutes into the meeting video. I am not here to speculate as to the innocence or otherwise of Ms. Peck and Ms. Christensen, but I find it reprehensible that our mayor, an attorney, knows better, and a highly educated PhD, Dr. Waters, would apparently presume guilt before the matter has been addressed through the proper channel, the Boulder County DA's office, to which it had been referred. I agree that there should be a public vetting of the matter, but only when it is appropriate and equitable for all parties. At least 5 times when Dr. Waters and the mayor continued to press for the untimely discussion of the matter, there were appeals from other council members to stop the attacks and focus on the city's business at hand. For example, early on, Mr. Rodriguez said, quote, "There are extenuating circumstances around this situation which are legal in nature, and I feel that we should let that process play out before we start litigating it among ourselves as a body," end quote. Ms. Christensen said, quote, "This has been turned into a legal issue, and therefore I cannot comment on it. I am very eager to defend myself, but I cannot until I am free to speak publicly," end quote. Mayor Bagley, a fellow council member pointed out to you at that meeting that by initially sharing the Our Center emails in question with council members Waters and Martin, you likely breached the Sunshine Law. Then you petulantly dismissed the comment, erroneously claiming that it takes a meeting of 4 to breach the law, and proceeded to insult the council member. The law corrects you, sir, in that the number is indeed 3. Accordingly, I have submitted a Cora request for all communications by the 3 of you that might pertain to this subject. Mayor, neighbor, I respectfully ask you to pay for the cost of my request. Given your frequent stated desire to be transparent and fair, and given that you paid for another Cora request by a citizen on the same issue during the 11/19 meeting, no less. If not, perhaps Dr. Waters can make another motion, as he did at that meeting, for the city to absorb the cost. Should both of you, with obvious prejudice, decline, perhaps Ms. Martin will join me in my Cora request, just as she offered to do so for the other citizen pursuant to this matter, also at the 11/9
Thank you, Mr.
council
Belmont.
meeting.
All right, we'll come back. I know you want to say something, but we'll do it after. Yeah. All right. Regina Cheney?
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and Council. My name is Regina Cheney. I live at 416 Main Street. I read in the Times Call today that tonight the Council will be considering an advisory panel's recommendation for awarding $710,000 in grants to agencies and organizations that provide human services to the community's low and moderate income residents. Councilwomen Peck and Christensen should recuse themselves from voting, discussing, or trying to influence other council members on this topic, at least until the Boulder County District Attorney's Office has completed their investigation of them and made a determination as to whether they have criminal charges forthcoming. If Peck and Christensen don't recuse themselves, we have yet another blatant example of their abuse of power and their utter disregard and lack of respect for the citizens of Longmont and the Longmont City Council. They have a definite conflict of interest. Peck and Christensen are not impartial. They have a personal agenda, as evidenced by their email in which they tried to intimidate the Our Center into not applying for a grant that would compete with Hope. This email comes from a personal email account which is strictly prohibited. My open records request dated November 19th resulted in 1,615 emails coming from Peck or Christensen's personal email accounts. 177 of these messages are still under legal review by the city attorney. According to the city clerk, we now have another 2,000 emails that are being reviewed. As recently as November 24th, 2019, Christensen sent an email from her private account stating, quote, "I am writing you on my private email because it is more convenient," end quote. I've read the 169 documents that have so far been recovered by our city clerk's research of Christensen and Peck's private email accounts. City business topics include affordable housing, Windy Gap Water Project, city utility rates, Mile High skydiving, special taxing districts, ICE, immigration, RTD, fast track, and gun control. In September of 2017, Peck sent a long email about city water rates and the Windy Gap project to many people. In fact, she started the email with, quote, "Please let me know if you would like to be removed from my email list," end quote. This coming from her personal email address. Until the time comes that Peck and Christensen are either exonerated or charged with crimes, I would ask that they recuse themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Bob Norris.
Mayor and city council members, remember us old folks have an early bedtime too. I live at 532.
You're not as
Ridge
cute, Bob.
Drive. Yeah, and they have more hair too. A couple things I'd like to mention tonight. Thank you for considering the governor's letter on refugees. And just as a quick remark, most of the refugees have been vetted for things that we all might have some problem with, except for me. I too read the paper this morning about the Housing and Human Service Committee and where the money was addressed. I was disappointed that the Colorado Statewide Parent Coalition was not in that. I admit I'm on the board of directors. I'm hoping that we can work with the council around that in other ways, which might be a possibility, but I'll just mention that some of us are a group of about 30 people working on the issue of early childhood education, and repeatedly what comes up is the solution has to deal with home day care, and that the Colorado Statewide Parent Coalition PASO program is about the only program in the state that can create the quality of education that people get in these homes. And the last thing I wanted to mention was, I know there was some discussion last week about tax zones. I advise you to be very careful how you go about that. The state legislature passed House Bill 1052, which allows for private or for tax districts for early childhood education. Those of us in this committee consider that one of the possibilities. We're not fixed on that. And I ask you to be careful that whatever you do around that you don't eliminate the possibility that we can do something for all of these kids. And the students left, I was hoping to ask for a discount on those cakes.
All right, Padme Wick.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and council members. My name is Padma Wick. I live at 4213 Frederick Circle in Longmont. By now you've surely read and heard the excellent piece of investigative journalism in the Denver Post regarding metro districts. So you must realize that you're creating a city within a city with the power to tax without oversight. You must also realize that you can regulate now, but once metro districts are allowed in the city, any regulations this council may require can and likely will be changed. You would be allowing developers to be unelected officials who determine how much to tax and for what purpose. You've heard the stories of homeowners losing their homes due to exorbitant tax increases. You know that the collected taxes may never go for the benefit of the homeowners. You know those taxes often end up in the pocket of the developers who own the metro districts. You say that you try to create a sense of community in Longmont. Approval of metro districts actually divides the community. Those who pay taxes to the metro district will not want to pay additional taxes to the city of Longmont, the taxes that would benefit all the citizens of Longmont. Metro districts erode the common tax base and divide the community of Longmont at a time when you profess, as most people do, a need for uniting the community. By approving metro districts, you create a fiefdom with homeowners who are taxed and the lords who live on the benefit of those taxes. Take a stand now, Mayor Bagley and Council, for the whole of Longmont, for a fair community, for a strong and united community, and do not allow metro districts into Longmont. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jalaire McMillan.
Good evening. My name is Jalaire McMillan. I live at 1971 Blue Mountain Road. And I'm here tonight to speak in support of a passage of a consent resolution by the city that would allow newly arriving refugees to be placed within our community in compliance with the previously mentioned Executive Order 13888. As has been mentioned, this executive order mandates that individual locales, cities, counties, and states need to give written consent so that resettlement agencies will be able to place newly arriving refugees within those communities. As it turns out, refugees are highly vetted before they're given the status to come into this country. And so once they do, they have legal status and freedom of movement. And so if resettlement agencies don't have permission to settle refugees in a particular area, those refugees may still come, especially if they want to be reunited with families, members who may already be here. And so if they come, but don't have that written consent from the locale to have the agent, if the agencies don't have that written consent, they can't offer important services like ESL classes and job training and job placement, as well as health screenings and connecting to health services. And so those critical services are really important for the initial success and long-term success of the refugees settling and becoming parts of our communities, which statistics are showing they are coming and settling and becoming really thriving, contributing members of our society. And so I hope that you will take this urgent matter with this January deadline to go ahead and pass a resolution that will allow the city of Longmont to be connected and have those refugees be settled here. I'm a mother and I'm a member of this community, and my moral compass tells me that we ought to provide safe places for vulnerable populations who are fleeing violence, and I think that Longmont is that place, or can be one of those places, and so I hope that you'll pass that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Shelley Bassman.
I'm Shelley Bassman. We live at 3414 Lakeview Circle. I've wanted to come down to council since the election to say congratulations, well done, and the new council.
Get that microphone up there, Ms. Bassman, please. Thank you.
Congratulations to the successful, to Susie and Joan, and I hope the council can work well together. I hadn't known. I was so pleased with the children that came, young people that came to speak to you. I am a supporter of Greta Thunberg, and I am so grateful that the previous council voted unanimously, I was told, for the climate change emergency. But when we go across Highway 66, thank you, and see all the new roofs over there, and not a single one has a solar panel. I think, wait a minute. I understand that 2030 is too slow. 2030 is too slow. And I hope that the city, so I was thinking that the city building code could require developers to put solar panels on their roofs. And if that raises the cost too much, then the houses could be made a little smaller. I stand with the young people, and the climate change emergency is enormous. And Oh, and the refugees, I didn't know about that. I support settling refugees in Longmont, and I hope they will be neighbors of ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bassman. All right, Jeff Thompson.
Jeff Thompson, 1616 Sumner Street. Voter approval of the water storage bonds in 2018 was based on false and misleading information provided to voters, and a new ballot issue must be submitted to the voters and approved before the City Council can legally spend more money on the Windy Gap firming project. The city sent out a nice glossy pamphlet, voter information for the November 7, 2017 election. And in it, we were told, quote, the total cost for Longmont to secure, own 1/9 of the water to be stored in the reservoir is $47 million. That $47 million left out the cost of bonding, the underwriter's fee, and the interest costs associated with the principal amount of $36,300,000. So it left out $22,506,000, and it left out the cost of the Windy Gap project. It left out the cost of the water, and that was $52,667,000. And so going by today's estimates, which are even higher, another $3 million higher or more, the cost to secure not 1/9, but less than 1/9, 1,000 feet, less than 1/9 of the water to be stored in the reservoir is $134,656,000, which is almost 3 times what you told the voters in 2017. So that election is invalid, and you need to give the voters accurate information and tell the whole story this time about the risk that the project will fail, and let the voters decide whether to go forward. Furthermore, the information provided to the council tonight talks about retiming improvements to the water treatment plant, water resources, infrastructure replacement, and Price Park transmission line replacement. If you look back, you'll probably see that these projects were part of the basis for the 52% water rate increase in the period 2015 to 2019. If you look at the video of the January 27 hearing, that was in 2015, on that rate increase, you will see that the council was told by Dale Rademacher that none of that rate increase would be used to finance the Windy Gap firming project. It now appears that wasn't true. Retiming of these projects has already had or will have in the future the effect of a water rate increase over and above the rate increases disclosed in the information provided to the voters for the November 7, 2017 election. And I would just like to add that the presentation that the gentleman from Northern Water made about this project earlier this evening was intended to deceive and was incredibly deceptive. And I just despair that nobody on this city council will listen to what I've been telling you and listen to what I can tell you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Thank you. Jenny Desmond.
Good evening. Jenny Desmond, 1719 Iron Horse Drive. So I'm here from Intercambio. I'm the development director for Intercambio, and I wanted to address the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board recommendations. And I want to say thank you. I know you get a lot of complaints, and this year you're giving $10,000 to Intercambio, which is an increase from recent years. And if you did not see our application, I'll give you a little bit of the background data. This last year, we served 500 adult immigrants in the city of Longmont with English classes. So what we do is we train volunteers to teach English to immigrants. And so we had 500 adults learning English with us last year. And then over 150 volunteers teaching them. So it's bringing our communities that are living together, actually interacting together, sharing lives together. And then we had another over 200 one-time volunteers that came out to our conversation and community events. And we do those 4 times a year. You are all invited. The next ones are in February. And it's a great way to go to sit down with somebody who's living in your community who comes from a different background, doesn't speak English as their first language, and to hear their story, to share what life is like. I have 2 children at Longmont High School. I often meet other parents from Longmont High School, and then our students come away saying they learned so much. They heard all these different English accents, and they felt even more welcomed being here because there are neighbors in the community that were smiling and nodding their heads and saying, yes, tell me your story. So I really appreciate the support that you give to Intercambio and the place we have in the community, and look forward to the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Lee Hinton.
I'm very upset. And I was going to speak on something else. But the woman that asked for the recusal of 2 members was so out of line. A complaint has been made. They are not under indictment. Nothing has been decided by the district attorney. And his lack of movement, I would say it's because it's a silly complaint. And if they would be forced to recuse themselves, then Councilwoman Martin, Mayor Bagley, and Councilman Walters also should be reclused because they showed a complete bias in this chamber by attacking 2 of their fellow council people. This absolutely, what is going on with the council is like a damn playground. You need a monitor. Why don't you work together? What is happening to this country? Our Washington doesn't work together and our little village can't work together. There's something bad is happening in this country, and it's breaking my heart. I love this country, and I have worked and worked, not as an office holder, but as a private citizen. And if you all can't get it together, then you should all resign, because this is not what our country is about. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes first call, public invited to be heard. Let's move on. Dr. Waters.
I'd like to raise a point of personal privilege, a question of personal privilege. So the question is it appropriate for me to make a motion at this point?
You can always make a motion.
I'd like to move that we commit whatever is required out of our contingency fund to cover whatever costs are associated with Mr. Belmont's core request.
It's been moved and seconded. We up for debate? All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I felt that it was inappropriate at the last time this motion was made for the council contingency funds, because this is exactly the precedent we don't want to set. Every time somebody makes a core request requesting that council pay for said core request. So I will again be voting against the motion.
Councilmember Christensen.
While I have great respect for Mr. Belmont, I
This was I feel exactly the way that Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez does. This was a bad precedent to set. This means that the mayor should frankly be paying for every Cora request. Since he did it for one, he should be doing it for everyone in fairness. And I didn't vote for the Cora request to be funded from contingency funds, and I still won't, because we will have no contingency funds, and they are for emergencies. This isn't an emergency. It wasn't before, and so I'll be voting against it.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I felt the need to be consistent in my response to this. I do want to say that I find the accusations that are being expressed pretty amazing, because I didn't see it that way at all. But I do strongly believe that our records must be open, completely open, that we must operate entirely in the light. And I am shocked that any member of this council would ever say otherwise. So I seconded the motion made by Dr. Waters, because if it's ever a barrier for anyone to pay for an open records request, I don't think that that should stop the city from having perfect transparency. I'm sorry that you've fallen on hard times, Mr. Belmont, but if you need help, I'm here to help.
I know you're in the queue, but I'm going to take a turn. So this is interestingly enough. So the couple of things. Yes, I did write a check, but also that morning I went in and filed my own Cora request and put verbatim what that woman put in her request. I paid for my own request. So first of all, had I just decided to pay my money, I can do whatever I want with it. I did not violate the law, nor will I pay for Mr. Belmont's request. Mr. Belmont was the person that confronted me prior to a council meeting, who didn't want to be disclosed during Ms. Lynette McLean's comments, my new neighbor. You confronted me in a very angry fashion. I responded in kind. But I'm going to vote against this because I paid for my own Cora request. I didn't pay for Ms. Cheney. When I heard it was $1,350 and how many emails there were, I wanted to see them. And interestingly enough, I'm glad I did, because the same people that stood there and criticized me, meaning a formal complaint, those emails, nothing guilty was in there, nothing incriminating, but all the people whose names were in there, many of you were part of that private email chain. And so I want to see it. And this is great, because I'm going to follow up. My law firm will be requesting the private emails pertaining to city business. We will be issuing a subpoena with Google and Indra to obtain these emails. And I will ask a judicial officer to review them. And the reason I'm doing so is because this is turning into a political battle. And I wasn't kidding. And it was also stated earlier that it's not part of the same group. Sure you are. I can list, again, 1709 Harvard Street, Pat Davis. That is BLE headquarters. Get out the vote. That group elected 6 of the 7 council members right now, all but me. And now that I'm pointing out there was some indiscretions, now here, yes. Can you turn on your mic so you say it.
I call the question. Your discussion is totally off of the subject of paying for a Cora request. So I call the question.
I won't call the question.
Second.
You had a point of order first, and so what I was going to find that your actually point of order is I'm going to sustain it. It's not worth arguing over. So let's go ahead and vote on this. Dr. Waters, you're actually we have a calling of the question. So it's been seconded. It's not debatable or amendable. So let's go ahead and vote. It requires a majority vote to end debate. Dr. Waters is still in the queue or not? Okay. All right, the motion fails with Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, Councilmember Peck, and Councilmember Martin for. So the motion is still at issue. Dr. Waters? Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley.
That's all right.
The votes will fall however they're going to fall here. I just, for whatever it's worth, in terms of the expense for this core request, Mr. Belmont's core request, I saw earlier in the day. So this afternoon I turned over my iPad to the clerk's office and said, you have free reign. You can go from soup to nuts, one end of my private emails to the other. If you find any of my private emails that have anything to do with city business, at least relative to the Hour Center, turn them over. So I don't know, I don't think that took more than a few seconds because there weren't any. I just want Mr. Belmont to know he had access to every single email in my private email account, at least to the relevant to this request, which I hope is what we are all doing when there's a core request looking for our emails.
All right, let's vote. Nobody's left in the queue. So the motion was to pay for the core request submitted by Mr. Belmont. And it was seconded with contingency funds from council. So a negative vote means no, yes vote means yes. All right, that is 5 against and 2 for. Those 4 were Councilmember Martin and Dr. Waters. The motion fails. Let's move on. Consent agenda and introduction and reading by title of first reading of ordinances. We good? We want to rest? We all right, let's take 5 minutes if you don't mind. Any objections?
No objections.
All right. All right, let's get going again, council. Who? When it's not public yet. Yeah, it's been made. All right, let's move forward with consent agenda and introduction reading by title, the first reading of ordinances.
Mayor, item 8A is ordinance 2020-01, a bill for an ordinance repealing and reenacting of Chapter 14.26 of the Longmont Municipal Code on stormwater quality. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for January 14th, 2020. 8B is Resolution 2019-122, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the Fifth Amendment to the Fifth Interim Intergovernmental Agreement between the city and municipal subdistrict of the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District for participation in the Windy Gap Firming Project. 8C is Resolution 2019-123, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the third interim intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Southern Water Supply Project Water Activity Enterprise for increasing the capacity of the Southern Water Supply Project Eastern Phase. 8D is Resolution 2019-124, a resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing loans from fund balance in the city's fleet fund to the street fund and the storm drainage fund, and providing for repayment of the loans from the street fund and the storm drainage fund. 8E is Resolution 2019-125, a resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing real estate sales agreements between the city and Aggregate Industries WCR Inc. for the purchase of real property known as the distal property and toll property. 8F is Resolution 2019-126, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Regional Transportation District for fair reimbursement for Longmont local routes and accessoride service. 8G is Resolution 2019-127, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving an amendment to an intergovernmental agreement between Boulder County and City of Longmont concerning Boulder County's Environmental Sustainability Matching Grant Program. 8H is Resolution 2019-128, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the lease between the city and the Longmont Observer for the Carnegie Library Building, 457 4th Avenue. 8I is Resolution 2019-129, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and County of Denver for the Urban Area Security Initiative. 8J is Resolution 2019-130, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Adams State University for a memorandum of affiliation permitting educational experiences in counseling. 8K is Resolution 2019-131, a resolution of the Longmont City Council amending the City of Longmont 2020 Final Classification and Pay Plan. 8L is Resolution 2019-132, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Boulder County for an amendment to the deed of conservation easement in gross for Sandstone Ranch. 8L2 is Resolution 2019-133, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city, Boulder County, and the Andrea Pierce Bigelow Living Trust for an amendment to the deed of conservation easement in gross for Sandstone Ranch. 8M is approved contracts for economic development services with the following organizations: Colorado Enterprise Fund, Boulder Small Business Development Center, Longmont Economic Development Partnership, Visit Longmont. 8N is approved 2020 City of Longmont Water Principles, Colorado Municipal League Policy Statement, and National League of Cities Priorities in preparation for the 2020 state legislative session. 8O is approved contract for audit services. 8P approves 6 capital improvement program amendments. 8Q accept 4 capital improvement program amendments approved by the city manager.
All right, we're going to go ahead and please pull, staff needs to pull 8E, correct? As well as L, correct? Anything else, Harold, that you need to pull? All right, Councilmember Hidalgo Faring.
I'd like to pull 8I and 8M.
I and M, okay. Councilmember Christensen.
I would like to pull, we're pulling L?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, and I would like to pull N.
All right, Councilmember Waters.
Comment.
Thank you. I would like to pull 8J, please.
All right. I'm going to move the consent agenda absent 8E, I, J, L, M, and N. It's Been moved and seconded. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. All right, let's move on to ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. 9A, ordinance 2019-68, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities to the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2019. Are there any questions from council? All right, seeing none, let's open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-68. All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. If we could have a motion, I would move ordinance 2019-68. Do I have a second? All right, let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Let's go on to 9B, ordinance 2019-69, a bill for an ordinance supplementing special flood hazard areas under the Title 20 on floodplain regulations. Are there any questions from council? All right, let's go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-69. All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. Do we have a motion? All right, there's been a motion by Dr. Waters for ordinance 2019-69, and that was seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go on to 9C. Ordinance 2019-70, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the city of Longmont to lease the real property known as the toll property, including associated water rights and the distal property to Aggregate Industries, WCR Inc., also known as the tenant. All right, if there's no questions from council, let's go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 2000. Councilmember Peck.
This is a question of information. According to these leases, we have to okay the purchase of the aggregate properties first. Is that correct or not? Before we can lease it, we have to okay that we're going to purchase it.
I got it
Okay.
flipped earlier, so go ahead, Dale.
Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Peck. So these two items are interrelated.
Right.
Obviously, the acquisition of the toll and distal properties certainly are related to the lease. And so we believe it's appropriate for the council to first act on the lease agreement. And then you've pulled item 8E so that we can make you a brief presentation on that, which is the acquisition of the properties. And so if you do not act on the lease on second reading, essentially the acquisitions would be voided.
Okay, I misunderstood that in the communication. Thank you.
All right, now let's go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-70. Anyone want to speak? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. Can I have a motion? All right, it's been moved by, ordinance 2019-70 has been moved by Councilmember Martin and seconded by Dr. Waters. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Ordinance 2019-71, a bill for an ordinance designating Turl Andrew Home located at 864 4th Avenue as a local historic landmark. Let's go ahead and, seeing there's no questions from council, let's go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-71. Anyone? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. I'll second it. Ordinance 2019-71 has been moved by Dr. Waters. It was seconded by myself. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Ordinance 2019-72, a bill for an ordinance designating Cordova Anaya Home located at 17 Martin Street as a local historic landmark. Seeing no questions from council, let's go ahead and open this for public hearing. Anyone? All right, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. I'll move ordinance 2019-72. I'll second it. All right, Councilmember Peck has moved ordinance 2019-72. I will second it. Sounds like Councilmember Waters did too. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Ordinance 2019-73 to 76. Ordinances authorizing the lease of various hangar parcels at Vance Brand Municipal Airport. Can we do this as a lump sum, Eugene? In a single hearing, but we have to vote individually on 73, 74. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead. I'm going to read these. Ordinance 2019-73 to 76. Ordinances authorizing the lease of various hangar parcels at Vance Brand Municipal Airport. Ordinance 2019-73 is a bill for an ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar Parcel H52 to Aaron Ramsey and Paul Kirby. Ordinance 2019-74 is a bill for an ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar Parcel H54 to Tim Cosmerl. Ordinance 2019-75 is a bill for an ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar Parcel H57 to Mark Leonard. And ordinance 2019-76, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar Parcel H67 to David Finnemore and Paul Romano. We're going to go ahead and lump these all into one public hearing. Seeing no questions from council, let's go ahead and open up ordinances 2019-73 to 76 for public hearing. Anyone want to speak on this matter or these matters? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. Do we have? All right, I'll second that. Dr. Waters, we have a motion for 2019-73. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, that's been moved by Councilmember Peck and seconded by Councilmember Martin, 2019-74. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Do we have a motion for All right, that was moved by Councilmember Hidalgo Faring and seconded by Councilmember Martin. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Ordinance 2019-76. Do we have a motion? I'll second that. All right, it's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Martin. I seconded it. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's move back to items from the consent agenda that were removed. Let's start with number E. Staff, do you have a presentation?
Mayor Bagley and members of council, Dale Rademacher, Deputy City Manager. Technical difficulties. I'm here to make a brief presentation on the acquisition of the Distal Tall properties. And as you have seen through several council communications over the last several weeks, the staff has been working with Aggregate Industries actually for about a 20-year time frame now. That has been what I can say. My involvement in that is I have found them to be a reputable firm to work with, and the city, as a result of our relationship with Aggregate, has been able to come into ownership of hundreds of acres of property along the St. Vrain River from County Line Road all the way out to Highway 119. And in doing so, protecting that area for future generations and certainly for the preservation of the property and wildlife needs. And as Councilmember Peck noted, there is an interrelationship between the leaseback of the property and the acquisition. And now that the council has acted on second reading of the lease, that then clears the way for the annexations to move forward, the acquisitions to move forward. Excuse me. This map shows you generally the layout of these two parcels. You can see that they are, first of all, contiguous to city open space acquisitions in the area, again, over the last 20-some years. They really do help to complete the city's effort.
Dale, can you get into the mic?
I'm sorry.
The press is doing this.
It really helps to complete the city's efforts on our preservation efforts in this area. The toll property is one that we actually entered into an option contract back in 2009. And so it's 10 years that we've been holding this option. And now is the time that we have to trigger it. Our time to trigger it is, frankly, December 31st of 2019. As you can see, the Tall property, it's about a 214-acre parcel. That particular property is one that we're going to try to do several things on. This map sort of delineates where we are going to be using open space funds, again, for the protection of those critical habitat areas on the Tall property. And you can see that they bound or border Boulder Creek. And it's about 30-some acres in that area, and then another 40-some acres to the northern part that, if you can see the cursor, the northern 40 acres are ones that I would envision over time the city may be able to leverage that particular property to acquire even additional properties to the north that border, again, right along Boulder Creek. We may or may not do that in the future, but that would be an option that the council at that time may want to consider. The balance of some of the tall property, which is, it was originally going to be scheduled to be mined, with the outcome being water storage. And it was going to be a series of very large ponds there. The city actually had the first right of refusal to acquire that water, and in the tall agreement, they are conveying the conditional water right to the city for $10, which is a pretty good price for us. Our vision is not to have water storage in that area, but instead to create more of an upland type of situation, and more importantly, or equally importantly, to provide space for municipal operations that we mentioned in the council communication. And more specifically, what that means is that whether it's a water line break or a sewer line that needs to be excavated or a street that has reconstruction work going on it, the city needs to have land, if you will, in order to conduct and take some of that material to either partially fill some of these excavations that are going to be created as a result of the gravel mining, in order for our operations to have a space to do that. We have been doing that for about the last 20 years, just off of Martin Street, adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant. That site is nearing its useful life. And so in thinking for the long term of the city, we need to also create those spaces. And so that is why there are a variety of funds that are coming in, water, sanitary, sewer, street, and storm, to assist in purchasing a portion of the tall property. So the objectives that we're meeting with these acquisitions, first and foremost, is preservation of open space, the habitat connectivity through the area, preservation of the habitat, and again, most of this land has gone through restoration post-mining. Most of this land along the St. Vrain, you can go all the way to Golden Ponds, west of the city, really Pella Ponds, west of the city, all the way through the city. The lands have been gravel mined over the years. And to try to restore those properties back to a habitat that is conducive to wildlife is really our goal and what we're trying to achieve. We're also looking at trail connections. You know, the public loves the trail connections through the St. Vrain. We have, with some of these acquisitions, again, the ability to have additional trail spurs and additional trail connections going out to the east. The last I'll say again, and I won't repeat it again, but the municipal operations is an important, although albeit less sexy kind of thing, but it's something that is really essential for the operation of utilities and streets. So Dan Wolford provided me with some of these photographs, the deer and the mink. Just a quick story. I actually saw a mink out at my house, and I had not seen one all these years growing up out there. So I don't know how the mink are getting here, but it's pretty cool and cool animals. So what are the next steps? So staff right now is working to complete the work that we need to do necessary to get to closing. We're trying to tentatively set a closing date on December 30th. We're working and continuing to work with Aggregate Industries and the title company and our legal staff to clear the title exceptions. They're on the attachment B of the title work. Our work is to clear all of those that we find objectionable. We have put Aggregate Industries on notice of those items that we find to be objectionable. We've received reassurance from them, from their legal counsel yesterday, that they too are working on it, and it is their goal to remove all of the objectionable exceptions And in the event that they can't get them all removed, that they will secure the necessary endorsements so as to protect the city's title to the property. And that's work that I'm working closely with the city attorney on. And Dave Hayes, who's up here in the audience, he's our legal counsel that's working with us on the matter as well. So with that, open it to questions that council may have.
Councilmember Peck.
Actually, I just have one. When you bring all these funds together to purchase anything, does this push back the projects that they asked for these funds for in our budget?
Great question. Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Peck, it does not push back. So you'll notice one of the actions that you took tonight was to approve a loan from the Fleet Fund. And that loan was to the storm drainage and the street fund for that very purpose, so that we are not deferring capital projects in either of those funds to do this acquisition. On the other hand, it's important that those funds contribute. So both of those funds, and Becky is still here, we are doing the finances to show how we're going to be able to pay back that Fleet Fund loan over the next several years without impacting the capital in either of those funds.
Okay. That's it. He answered it, Becky. Thanks.
Sorry.
All right, we don't see anybody else in the queue. Who pulled E? I guess you did, so I guess I'll make the motion. I move Resolution 2019-125. All right, I made the motion. Councilmember Waters seconded it. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's move on to I, Resolution 2019-129, a resolution of Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and county of Denver for the Urban Area Security Initiative. Who pulled I? All right, Councilmember Hidalgo Ferring.
So I'm pulling up my question. Sorry. Okay, so I had asked Harold earlier about this agreement being strictly for goods and equipment only.
And services if we have to go somewhere outside for services related to that. So yes.
So it's between us and Denver. Are there other coordinating communities?
So Denver's the fiduciary agent via the federal government for this one, and so then we have to contract with Denver for that service.
Okay.
And so there's others in that metro task force, but they all have to go into Denver because they're sitting in as the fiduciary agent. We do that. We did that with a law enforcement mental health grant where we became the fiduciary agent, and then others would have to come into us if they need to do that. And so that's something that you'll see in those types of grant processes.
Okay, so a benefit to having this was like having the mental health support?
No, I just use that as a different example where we're actually, so we perform the same function as Denver in other grants, and I was using that as an example of where we're actually more like Denver and that people are having to contract with us, and then we give them money. In this case, we're contracting with Denver to get the federal funds.
Okay, so really the benefit of this is that we're able to attain funding.
Correct, and we all have to, many of these emergency management grants, if you can see in the contract, it really dictates the interaction with each other. And when you train people, you have to train the trainer so that we can go out and train other jurisdictions. And so they really shifted in that direction of that inclusiveness and working collectively in these grants.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we move item 8I. I don't have the ordinance in front of me.
Resolution 2019-129?
Yes, that's the one.
I'll second that. It's been moved by Councilmember Hidalgo Ferring and second by Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Christensen. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Who pulled J? I did. All right, Dr. Waters?
Is this an existing program? Is this a renewal of something we've been doing? Or a continuation?
Mayor, council members, HR Assistant Director Beth Serrata. I can answer your questions. It's not an existing program that we have.
This is new.
Now. This is a new program.
So then I have these questions. I would have had them anyway, but if if it's ongoing, my concerns might have been a little different. How many people are we talking about coming from Adams State? 2, 20?
1 or 2.
More than 2 and less than 20?
Yes.
So some number, not a huge number. What do we know about them before they show up?
Well, we are actively working with Adams State to select who comes.
Do you interview them?
Yes.
Who will supervise them?
Brandy Queen at the Senior Center.
And
as
Brandy
counselor.
will be supervising them as counselors.
Yes.
Is Brandy a certified counselor?
Yes.
And who will they be counseling?
Seniors in the community.
So it's senior citizens.
Senior citizens.
All right, okay. That's really what I wanted to know. Thanks.
This is a good opportunity for me to also, you've seen a lot of these IGAs coming forward with educational institutions. Anytime we have an intern or somebody doing their practicum work, we have to have these IGAs, and as part of an evaluation process, we were seeing we didn't have some in certain locations, and so you're going to see more of these as we work with universities. In addition to everything that Beth said, we also do background checks in conjunction to, we have to ensure the safety of anyone working with the people that are in our facility. So we will go through the same process on that piece.
Those are all my concerns were having experienced in other parts of my life, not having done that kind of vetting when people are sent by the university. So I just wanted to make certain I'm clear of what we're getting. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll move, unless there are other questions or concerns.
There's no one.
I'll move ordinance 2019130.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. The second was by everybody, but let's go with Mayor Pro Tem. He was loudest in my ear. Let's vote. All right, passes unanimously. All right, Councilmember Christensen, do you want to say something about Resolution 2019-132 and Resolution 2019-133?
Just briefly, on L, I'm all for this. did I pull this? But anyway,
No.
I thought the city pulled it.
Staff did.
Okay, but I would like to make a comment. I haven't heard anything at all about this initiative that we started a year ago with the Northern Arapaho, and I'd like some kind of update on that because I haven't seen anything or heard anything for a long, long time. So I would just like an update, not in a rush job, but so in regard to, should we take care of L first?
Well, what I was going to say is, I know David Bell has an update on the Sweat Lodge. I don't know if Carmen wants to give an update now on Sister Cities, on how that's going. But David Bell, do you want to go ahead first? Actually, let's let Carmen go first.
Yeah.
That would probably make better sense. Maybe.
Good evening. Carmen Ramirez, Community and Neighborhood Resources, Mayor, Council. So we are moving along in the progress around Northern Arapaho becoming an official Sister Cities. We've already started planning around bringing in the youth in the summer, and it'll be youth from Mexico, Northern Arapaho, and Longmont, and doing that exchange of taking our Longmont youth up to Wyoming, as well as those youth coming down here. So we're already in the planning phase, and then making that official is also in the phase, but it hasn't been completed at this point. Okay. Anything else that I might be missing?
Councilmember Christensen, do you have any follow-up questions?
Have they applied for membership in Sister Cities
So
organization?
we've started that conversation with the elders. Okay. So we have to have the conversation with the business council and then followed by the conversation with the elders. At this point, elders probably will not make a decision around some of their ceremonies and progression on that till after the first of the year.
Have you talked with the Sister Cities International about that?
Yes. So Sister Cities Local has spoken with them, and they've talked about moving, but they've also explained that we have to have that progression of business council and then the spiritual leaders, that the elders that have to help and kind of give their consent, and that'll happen after the first of the year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
David Bell.
Mayor, council members, David Bell, Director of Parks Natural Resources. Just wanted to give you a quick procedural update of the sweat lodges. As the council reminds you that this is something we've been working on since April, working with the Northern Arapaho to find a spot where we could provide an opportunity for a sweat lodge, for help Longmont actually tell some of the story of the Native Americans' use along the St. Vrain Creek. We found a location out at Sandstone Ranch. I think it fits very well, and it has some very great interpretive opportunities there. However, in that process, we went back and looked at a piece of property. It was encumbered by a couple conservation easements, one from GOCO and one from State Historic Fund. Both those were held by Boulder County as the entity that then manages those conservation easements. When I took this to those entities, all of them were very supportive of us moving forward with this. They think it's a great opportunity for the city to help work with a Native American group and also have the opportunity to tell this story. They all have a process, so it's taken a little bit longer than we had hoped, but they all had given me support. They tried to get this done by the end of the year, and here we are before the end of the year. We also had the Bigelow family who we purchased Sandstone Ranch from that had some deed restrictions and also signed some of those conservation easements. So all the government agencies have things in place, but we do now need to get a signature from the Bigelows. So Boulder County Commissioners have signed off on this. We're bringing this to you tonight that you may want to sign off on, knowing though that the Bigelows will not be able to get to this until after the first of the year. It just fell in line with some of their family obligations and end of year stuff. So they showed a strong commitment that they want to work with the city on this. So it really is just a practice that we don't typically do. Typically the city is the last entity to sign off, but to kind of keep this moving forward, we just wanted to put it in front of you, and then the council and the mayor can decide if they want to sign this tonight or wait till after the Bigelows sign.
Mayor Pro Tem? Sorry, Councilmember Christensen.
Yeah, if there isn't any, is there anything else? Otherwise, I would move R 2019-132 and R 2019-133.
Let's go ahead and break them up into two.
Okay.
Right? And I'll
Okay.
second Resolution 2019-132.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. In the council communication, it said that there might be a necessity to move the site north. What is the contingency for that having to happen versus the site that was also the preferred site, I guess you would say?
So through this process, as we've been looking at the opportunities on these properties, Sandstone Ranch, the two conservation easements, one is encumbered by the State Historic Fund and a smaller footprint, and then the GOCO conservation easement encumbers the whole property. So there was the looking to see if we moved it a little bit north, we would not have to go through the State Historic Fund conservation easement. So it just kind of removed one of the barriers to trying to get this done in a timely manner. But again, State Historic Fund, GOCO, and Boulder County all were able to meet those deadlines to get this done by the end of the year. So there really was no need to try to move it to the north.
It was that what if one of them didn't happen, but they all did.
I just like to give one of those positive things when I'm up here. Because of Longmont moving forward this quickly with this process, Boulder County has invited Carmen and myself to a meeting with Louisville, Lafayette, City of Boulder, and trying to talk about how we do a better job in incorporating the story of the Native American youth along the Front Range here. So we'll be doing that this Friday.
Cool. Good job, guys. All right. We have a motion. We have one motion. Resolution 2019-132, which was made by Councilmember Christensen. I seconded it. Let's go ahead and vote. I'm sorry, Mayor, hold on one second. Don't vote. Councilmember Christensen, are you still in the queue? Oh. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Councilmember Christensen just also moved. Her mic wasn't on, but she moved Resolution 2019-133. I'll second that. Seeing no one, let's vote. All right, let's move on to M. Who pulled M? All right, Councilmember Hidalgo-Faring. Try again. Go ahead. Okay, it was unanimous? No, it was, so resolution, I'm sorry, I just assumed it was. Resolution 2019-133, it passed unanimously. All right, M. Councilmember Hidalgo-Faring.
So, and I've been having ongoing conversation with both the city attorney and city manager. But so my issue is in regard to language and I'll pull up one of the contracts in Article 23 and 24. So unlawful employees, contractors, and subcontractors is the heading. A contractor shall not knowingly employ or contract with an illegal alien to perform work under this contract. The term illegal, to use that terminology as a noun, it is offensive, it is derogatory, and it is meant to dehumanize. I would like to make a motion to amend that language. To undocumented immigrant.
All right, the motion, there's a motion with M, the approval and contracts for economic development services with the following organizations: Colorado Enterprise Fund, Boulder Small Business Development Center, Longmont Economic Development Partnership, and Visit Longmont. It was moved by Councilmember Yago Faring and seconded by Councilmember Christensen that we pass it under the condition that we replace the word illegal with undocumented. Good catch, you know. What? So the motion was just to replace the word illegal with undocumented. But is I believe there was a motion to amend.
So to amend all the language in the contract, so they're in 4 different spots, in the 4 different contracts, there was reference to an illegal alien. So I wanted to change that language. Those to undocumented immigrant.
Okay, the motion is to change illegal alien to undocumented immigrant. So let's go ahead. Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I just want to say I support that. I asked the same question when I encountered this language 2 years ago, and I was too much of a wimp to introduce an amendment at that time, because I was told we've always done it that way. So I just want to commend Councilmember Hidalgo Faring for just coming right out of the gate and doing it.
Good job. All right, Eugene?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. So that language is in our contracts pursuant to state statute. State statute requires each public contract for service shall include a provision that the contractor shall not, for example, knowingly employ or contract with an illegal alien to perform work under the public contract for services. And so that language in our contract is basically cut and pasted pursuant to the requirements of the state statute.
Councilmember Hidalgo Faring.
So in adding or in changing the language, it is my belief that it would not change the meaning of the state statute, but it is also sending a message that we reject that language. If we look back in history, terminology that was used in law in the 1950s and the 1940s would be considered dehumanizing, derogatory, and disparaging today. So it's really, we are at a point in our societal norms where we are moving away from that, and I think we do need to take a stand and do what's right for our residents.
No one's in the queue, so I was going to ask.
I'm not disputing the policy reasons for doing that. I'm saying that for compliance with state statute, the city attorney's office would recommend that we include the language as provided for in the statute.
And also giving a reason why you seemingly were insensitive, but you were not. You were just, yeah. All right, do we have any other comments or debate? Dr. Waters?
Yeah, what's the, why does the state care if we substitute that language, and what are the implications if we do? The risk is that somebody from the state's going to sue us over that language, or what are we concerned about?
We'd be concerned about not complying with state statute. This was special session legislation 2006, and I think the language in that legislation was intentional.
So would that, if somebody then from, I don't know who it would be, somebody who doesn't like the LEDP or SBA or whatever, would say that's an invalid contract? it would invalidate the contract because of that language? I mean, what's the risk? What's the downside here?
I try not to speculate on what other people might do. It would not be in compliance with state statute. I can look to see if there are no penalty provisions in this section of the statute, but it would be not in compliance with state statute.
Well, I would expect our city attorney, out of an abundance of caution, to advise us to comply with the state statute. On the other hand,
which I did,
what the risks are here seem to me to be insignificant. So unless there are shoes to drop that we're unaware of, that's kind of like form trumping substance here. It seems to me. Now, I don't want to be a renegade in terms of what an outlaw. It just seems that the consequences are pretty negligible.
Councilmember Christensen?
I do understand what you're saying, that this was intentionally worded to be insulting. However, I do think it's important that we take a stand, and I know other municipalities have done that. And so I would be in support of changing that language.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I guess I'll just put it very simply. I've so been advised by the city attorney, and I will be voting for the policy.
My question is, can't you put in there a statement at the end, basically just saying that this word is, basically means this, but we find it, derisive and demeaning and objectionable, and therefore decided to use this word? Cover both bases, make a stronger statement.
We could do that. I try not to put language in contracts that doesn't affect the legal meaning.
Right, and
I
know. Well, so my question is, so if it doesn't affect the legal meaning, we're safe.
If council directs us to put language in or amend the contract, we will do so.
All right, Councilmember Martin?
I would like Councilmember Rodriguez, or Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, to clarify. I did not understand whether are you voting for the original language or the amended language?
Well, the motion on the floor, I will be voting for the motion.
Ah, thank you.
I consider myself advised, and will be voting for the motion anyway.
All right, there's nobody else. Let's vote. So a pro vote means go ahead and change it. We have been advised. Councilmember Martin, want to push hard? All right, that passes unanimously. So thanks for the advice. And we ignore it at our peril, but let's do it. We're rebels. All right.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Based on this conversation, is this something that that council would like us to add to our legislative agenda to bring forward to our representatives?
I think so, yeah. Yep. You can use this as an example. All right, let's move on to N. Approval of 2020 City of Longmont Water Principles, Colorado Municipal League Policy Statement, and National... Sorry?
Do we still have to actually...
Oh, did we just... I thought we passed it with the amended language.
No.
All right. All right, so let's go ahead and... you want to make a motion? Councilmember Hidalgo-Faring? Just pass... Yeah, 8M
So
as
I make a
amended.
motion that we move 8M, item 8M.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we pass 8M as amended. It's been moved by Councilmember Hidalgo-Faring and seconded by Councilmember Martin. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Now, let's go on to 8N. Approval of 2020 City of Longmont Water Principles, Colorado Municipal League Policy Statement, and National League of Cities Priorities in preparation for the 2020 state legislative session.
Polly pulled this one.
Councilmember Christensen.
I'm not clear why our water principles are linked with the Colorado Municipal League statement.
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Christensen, this is a practice that we started during the last drought,
Oh,
where we
okay.
really wanted to make sure the legislature was bombing us with all sorts of different bills.
Okay.
Longmont's stance on water legislation is sometimes different than everyone else. And so we wanted to make sure that we had some principles that we could back our bills that we were bringing you with the water principles that the Water Board passed then and has done it successively every year since then.
Okay. So I am backing those water principles, but and I also, as the council liaison to the or council commissioner to the Colorado Municipal League, I would just like to make a comment. I have been several people before me, mainly Sarah Levison, tried to get the Colorado Municipal League to take a stand on education, which is certainly one of the most foundational things in a human being's life. They wouldn't, they reluctantly did, then they took it back and cut it in half and changed it. So I protested the current statement at the last hearing. They said they were going to think about changing it, but they didn't. So I would like to read this and then read what I make a comment on it. Education. The League believes an effective educational system supplies our municipalities with an educated and well-trained community and workforce who will both allow existing businesses to expand and attract new business investment. The most effective programs are those partnerships among our educational institutions, local stakeholder, and local governments. Due to its importance to our communities, the League supports education as a community-wide value. I suggested that they put a period after community and then leave the last sentence in. And here is why. The purpose of education is not to create docile fodder for corporations. The purpose of education is set forth by the founding fathers, was to create a well-educated citizenry capable of self-rule in a democracy, critical thinking and understanding their rights, appreciating their freedom and liberty, and developing the skills necessary for a productive and prosperous life of their own creation. That is why my father came to this country, and that is what I still believe most people in this country want. The purpose of education is not to create happy little workers. It is to create human beings who are good citizens.
All right. So I'm going to move 8N. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's move on to the presentation of the 2020 Human Service Agency funding recommendations. Councilmember Christensen.
As I told the city manager today, I am recusing myself from this. I certainly do not need to, although this, the agency that is in question here is only one of about 50. I do not want any appearance of propriety, and I certainly do not need someone from the audience who slanders me on a weekly basis to tell me that. So I would, with that said, I would strongly urge this council, as I always do, to pass the hard work of the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, who've spent hours and months working on these decisions.
All right, let's go on to technically, but I wasn't going to suggest it. All right, Karen, it's up to you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Karen Ronan with the Community Services Department, and to my left is Eliberto Mendoza, who's also with our Community Services Department. We are two of the staff liaisons to the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. And Brian Copham, sitting back here, is the chair of our Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. So we are here this evening with our annual presentation and recommendations of...
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I know that it's by way of trying to show an olive branch, right? Could we just deal with the Hours Center, get that done, and we can invite Councilmember Christensen back into the room? I believe that was the conflict. So can we go right there, take care of that, invite her back in so she can participate on the rest of the funding? Is that possible?
Mayor, I'm not sure how that is possible unless you want to just pluck out our center
Yeah,
recommendations.
just pluck it out. Is that,
Without
is that
the
okay? Anybody?
context?
I mean, technically, I can't do this. If I'm going to deviate from the agenda, I need to, does anyone object to that? All right, there's nobody. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Peck. Okay.
I object only because I think that Karen Roney has her presentation available and the way she wants to go through this. Does that upset you if we do this? Because it looks like
I'm not
you-
upset. However,
No, not upset.
Yeah.
That was the
no.
wrong
I'm
word.
just, so I think it flows better the other way. But
I was
if
just-
you want
that's all right. I was just trying to get our 7th member of council to participate as council as quickly as possible.
But we could certainly pull out the 2-hour center recommendations, and you could take action on that, and we could finish the rest of them.
I'd like to do that. I mean, unless
It's
you,
fine with me.
Yeah.
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 It doesn't really
Let's
matter.
do that.
I didn't want to upset your strategy.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Peck. So in line with that, so I'll just go to there are the recommendations for funding for the Our Center, and these are on page 957 in your council packet. But we basically are recommending the Our Center to fund 2 programs. One is their Aspen Center, which is their early childhood center, and that recommendation is for $20,000. And the second program that we are recommending funding is the for basically their basic needs program, and that recommendation is $55,297. So just as a reminder, this is for their regular operations as part of the Human Service Agency funds. This is not this is separate from the RFPs that they have submitted for homeless prevention services.
I would actually move that we approve $20,000 for the Our Center Aspen Center, as well as $55,297 for the Our Center's Basic Needs Program for their regular operations. All right, that was seconded by Councilmember Peck. I don't see any additional comments. Let's vote. All right, that passes with 6 of us 4, and Councilmember Christensen not voting, having recused herself. Could someone go grab Councilmember Christensen and ask her if she feels okay coming back?
Okay, I will. So Councilmember Christensen
let's
has
just wait till
heard
she.
this.
Let's wait till she comes in so she can hear the presentation.
Okay, great.
Welcome back.
All right, we will continue on. So so this is our annual set of recommendations to the City Council. As Council is aware that every year as part of the budget process, you set aside a certain percentage of general fund revenues to support Human Service Agency contracts. In 2020, the council did increase the amount of set aside from 2.05 in the past to 2.37% of designated general fund revenues, with the intent, again, you have to determine that over the next 2 years, but the discussion that we had in this budget process was to increase those amounts again in the next 2 budget years to bring that amount of set aside at 3% in 2022. So, but you have to take action on that. This is really the first step, which is the 2.37%, which yielded roughly 300,000 additional funds in for human service agencies, and what we did is basically to earmark $100,000 for the Human Service Agency grants, and approximately $200,000 to fund additional housing resources and diversion services for homeless solutions for Boulder County, and we will go into that in a little bit. So this piece is really about the Human Service Agency grants, if you will. I'm going to go fast. So, so roughly, it's $789,273 that we were responsible for allocating to support a variety of safety net services to the Longmont community, and the remaining we dedicated to housing and security and adult homelessness in Longmont. So in essence, how we come up with these recommendations is that we link our funding recommendations to the results of the Human Services Needs Assessment that we conducted in 2017. We are in the process right now of updating that Human Services Needs Assessment as part of the consolidated plan for housing and urban development. And so when we allocate funding in 2021, we will be funding that based on a new Human Services Needs Assessment, and to see how that influences the recommendations that we make in the following year. The areas that we prioritize based on the Human Services Assessment for 2017, you can see there are housing stability, food and nutrition, health and well-being, self-sufficiency and resilience, education and skill building, and safety and justice. So how the process works is that the advisory board, the Housing Human Services Advisory Board, reads all of the applications, and we go through basically a rating or ranking process, and we assign points to the various applications based on how well they meet the priority needs, how well they address some of the vulnerable populations that are a high priority in the Human Services Assessment. And then we also evaluate the agency's overall performance in terms of their management and their operations. Goes into a formula. We spit out a number, and that number helps to really identify how much money is being recommended. And this year, applications that scored below 100 points in this system were not recommended for funding. The other thing is that we no longer consider historical funding, so it's a level set every year now. This is the second year that we have done that. So if an agency received X number of dollars in 2019, it's no guarantee they're going to get that amount in 2020. So it's a level set. We set ceilings for each one of those priority areas that we identified, and then we also indicated that, because there isn't any historical funding necessarily, that any one agency could not receive any more than 50% of the total amount that we set aside for that particular priority area. So we did put some guardrails on that. So we received applications from 47 agencies to fund 53 programs, and that was a little over almost $1.4 million in requests that we received. What we're recommending to you tonight is to allocate $720,151 to 29 agencies for 32 programs, and this is all outlined on page 957 of your packet. So we won't go into all the details. Obviously, when we conclude this presentation, if you have questions, we would be more than happy to address those.
And by way of it, Councilmember Christensen, when you left the room, we approved our center funding in the amount of $20,000 and $55,297 for the Aspen Center and the Basic Needs Program, the regular operations respectively. So those numbers are less one organization and less those funds. Meaning our center's already been taken care of. So when we vote, we need to remember that we're approving less those dollar figures.
Correct.
Okay.
So
sorry, Councilmember Peck? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, pie chart. All right. So here's so this is another piece of information that we wanted to share with council and get some direction from council on. So We, in this set of recommendations, you will see that there is a little less than $70,000 that we did not allocate through this initial process. And that really, and we described this in the council communication, is that initially this funding was set aside or was going to be recommended for 2 programs with the Boulder County Farmers Market. One is their healthy food access for the Women, Infant, and Children program, the WIC program, and which was a little less than $51,000. And then there was also $18,000 that was recommended for the early education centers for them to have access to fresh foods, again, through the Boulder County Farmers Market. So what basically happened this year is that we talked with Brian Copham, who's our chair of our advisory board, who's also the CEO of the Boulder County Farmers Market, and there were some circumstances that were unanticipated this year that really threw our chair Brian into a more direct role in the funding process. And so after talking with Brian, he decided that it would make the most sense to withdraw the Boulder County Farmers Market application from consideration at that point in time. This is and basically these 2 programs are basically run by the Boulder County Public Health. They partner with the Boulder County Farmers Market for these 2 particular programs. And so what the recommendation was from the advisory board is that at least for 2020, this is kind of a 1-year recommendation, is that we fund the WIC program for $50,947 to allocate that funding to the Boulder County Public Health. Boulder County Public Health is also going to be, we are planning to allocate through the sustainability tax grant that we had applied for, that $10,000 from that particular grant was also going to go towards supporting the WIC program. So we thought it made sense, or our recommendation was to roll those 2 sources of funds together and fund Boulder County Public Health to provide access to fresh foods for WIC participants. We also discovered in that conversation that Boulder County Public Health also operates the early childhood education food access program also. And so I think we mentioned this in our communication that originally we were going to conduct a separate RFP process, like a supplemental process for that $18,000 to provide fresh food access to children and enrolled in early care centers, 20 early care centers here in Longmont. But when we did find out that the Boulder County Public Health administers that program too, at our November meeting, December 14th meeting, the advisory board did recommend that the Boulder County Public Health receive both of those supplemental amounts to operate both of those programs. So we would be looking for direction from City Council about that recommendation to allocate $69,122 for the 2 food access programs to Boulder County Public Health, and then for you to take action on the remainder of our funding recommendations, absent the 2 programs that you already approved for the Our Center. And at this point, we will entertain questions and ask you to move forward with recommendations on the funding before we move on with our presentation.
Councilmember Martin.
This all sounds reasonable to me. I would just go ahead and move that we follow this recommendation.
I'll second that. So the motion was to go ahead and fund all the nonprofits as recommended. No? Oh, just this one. Just this right here. So so the motion is to recommend
there's several
funding to
things,
Boulder
so-
County Public
right,
Health?
that would be the first one.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councilmember Hidalgo Faring. It's still debatable.
So, yeah, I do want to debate this. So, I'm currently am the liaison for the El Comité. They had put in, I believe, for 15,000, and they received, the recommendation was for 10,000. As a city council person, I am not just the liaison, but I feel like I'm an advocate. I've worked as an educator in St. Vrain Valley School District since 2004, working at Loma Linda and then later at Indian Peaks. We've utilized their services a lot, not just for outreach or for basic needs, but for citizenship, for Know Your Rights, DACA. So there were several, our families connected with them, and I think of all the organizations, at least as an educator in Loma Linda and at Indian Peaks, I think them and Intercambio were the ones we used the most, with El Comité leading that. So I really wanted to kind of advocate for putting some of these funds towards El Comité. You guys can decide. That is something I would move.
That's an awesome recommendation. We're going to have a chance to debate. We're going to have a chance to talk about that when we talk about the rest of the funding. I made the same error, meaning the motion. Right. Well, the motion. I was corrected. The motion isn't about all the funds. It's only about the $69,122 being given to Boulder County Public Health to administer both of these programs. There's still almost $1 million or $800,000 to talk about. Oh, you want to take
instead of removing it from other because I was looking at all those other criteria, and you guys have put a lot of thought and effort into how you wanted to allocate that. So I thought with the allocated funding, could we shift some of those dollars towards?
So if you'd want to make a motion, I'd recommend saying that the amendment, you could move for an amendment stating that it would be $64,122.
Yes, that's what I would like to do. I would like to make a motion to amend the total amount.
Amend the motion, right?
Councilmember Martin's motion. I amend that motion to include everything minus $5,000. So it would be $64,122.
Is there a second? All right, so the motion fails for lack of second, but we can still talk about it in a second. So Councilmember Peck?
I don't know if my comment now is appropriate because we should probably vote, but what I do want is an explanation as to why they did not get what they asked for and what we did last year. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
All right.
So
Nobody else is in the queue. Let's vote. All right, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Peck against. Councilmember Peck?
So the reason I voted against it is not because I don't want them to have the funding, but I think that Councilwoman Hidalgo Faring's ask was correct. So I was hoping, for it to fail so we could rediscuss it to see if some of this funding could come out after we had a discussion. But it didn't work.
All right.
I just wanted to explain. I'm not against this. I
So-
was just hoping we would have a bigger discussion. 'Cause
So
you have a good
Mayor
point.
and Councilmember Peck, I would be glad to address that question about El Comité if you would like me to.
Right. Well, let's talk about that in just a little bit when we get to the funding. Let's go through the presentation, and when we hit that,
We are ready for that now.
go for it.
So, because we thought we would go ahead and resolve this one and then give updates on homelessness and housing stability if you wished us to do that. So, so in terms of El Comité, so we did rate them as we rated every agency, and so so they did get less money than they received last year. I believe it was 15,000. 11,500. So this is just 1,500 less than what they received last year. We worked with El Comité as council members recalled to really help them shore up some of their their management and their operation and their board leadership. And so we worked really hard with them last year, and they have made significant progress. I would say that their ranking and their voting really reflects that they really are not there yet. They have made progress, but they are still struggling in some aspects of their operations. And so, not that it's a concern like we had last year, but they just did not get the score, that put them into a higher, basically a higher category. So that's what we try to do, the scoring. There's a formulaic allocation for that, and it's based on their rating. So it's really not about the programs that they are offering and how they benefit the community. It really is about they still are needing to strengthen some of the operational issues that that we had identified last year, but they've made good progress. So it's about a $1,500 less recommendation.
Councilmember Hidalgo Faring.
So I do have a question. For you. So when we sit down and meet, and actually I think we're meeting tomorrow, what recommendations would you have that we discuss at our board meeting tomorrow?
So, Mayor and Council Member Hidalgo Faring, I would say that I don't have them all articulated right here in front of me. I think that we would be glad, we've come to board meetings before, and we would be glad to follow up and go to a board meeting. We will follow up with Marta and Donna and share that information. I would have to go through my notes and all that detail, but we would be glad to follow up with you as well as we can with Donna, and be glad to follow up at a board meeting. So if that's all right, we will get you detailed information tomorrow, if that's all right. And let the rest of the council know that too.
Right, and just by way of, just so you know, Councilmember Hidalgo Faring, there is a council contingency. It's kind of like a bucket of money that is a slush fund. So I don't know if you're aware of that, but okay, all right. So, all right. All right, Councilmember Waters.
Two things, kind of just specifically in terms of, first of all, good work. I mean, I want just to acknowledge there's obviously been a lot of work done on outcomes and what those are. I do, you don't have to answer tonight, but though at some point,
baby steps, right?
Well, it's big progress over what I've seen, honestly, in the last couple of years. But it does raise questions about accountability and how we follow through. You don't have to answer those tonight, but I will be curious, because there's a lot there, and it's going to only be meaningful if there is some accountability for it. So you made a reference in your write-up to some of the education initiatives or programs in the area that aren't funded, right, with the thought that they will be eligible. And I'm not certain how far you are with thinking. You were thinking about how to allocate the $250,000 we budgeted for early childhood education. But as I look down that list we heard Bob Norris tonight, and last year the Statewide Parent Coalition, and others, the Early Childhood Council, all the activity around early childhood. Should we all assume that those would be strong candidates based on what they submit for some of that $250,000 in terms of building capacity, the kinds of things we talked about?
Mayor and Councilmember Waters, I would believe that would be a correct assumption and intention. So we did consult with Christina Pacheco-Sims around the alignment of the services that some of these agencies that are supporting early childhood education, if they would be in line or in sync with where that $250,000 would be invested, and from her perspective that they would be eligible. So we felt that was a better funding source at this point in time. Most of the funding that has come from the Human Service Agency set aside is really direct
every
client
dollar you spend
assisters
there, you wouldn't
for
spend here,
slots,
and we've got money there
affordable slots for childcare. So
I get it.
Yeah, so we're thinking that's the way to approach this, at least for the next couple of years, and then to see what we learn from that.
Thank you. So I'm going to make a statement, not a question, and this is not for you to react to. But it is something that I would like the chair of our Housing and Human Services Advisory Board to contemplate, and others on the board. I'm not the only council member, I believe, who was lobbied by a member of the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board on these recommendations, opposing some of the recommendations. And I don't, for me, I think everybody's got a point of view and they ought to bring their most persuasive case. I think there are ways to do it that make more sense than going around the recommendation that came from the advisory board through you to us. So I would say to you, I would say to the chair, and I'd be happy to do this in face to face with whoever on the board would like to have the conversation. I think there's a better way to do it than going around the process, coming on a Tuesday night and standing right there, and if there's a different a minority report or a different point of view, to share it. I would listen and would respect that approach way more than sitting in the process and then going as a member of the board and then going outside the process and outside the board to object or to, I don't know, to defeat. I don't know how else to think about it. The recommendation from the majority of the board. That's the statement, not for you to respond to. I may be the only one with the concern, but I wanted to, this will be my only opportunity to register the concern on the record.
All right. Nobody else is in the queue. Let's continue.
So if there isn't anyone else in the queue, what would be great is to have a motion from City Council about adopting the rest of the recommendations.
I'll okay, motion was made by Dr. Waters. It was seconded by Councilmember Martin to approve these funding recommendations, short of what we've already approved regarding the Hour Center. Nobody else is in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. I'm actually going to move that we use $5,000 out of our contingency funds to allocate it and put it on top of the El Comité funding. What did I say? Did I say Hour Center? Anyway, let me try that again. I move that we take $5,000 and allocate that on top of the funding allocated to El Comité. It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Peck.
I approve of this, but I do have a question for you. If you are really trying to work with the El Comité to bring them up to where they need to be, which I totally respect, are we going against that by giving them the money? I mean, I think they need the money. I'm not saying that, but are they always going to come back to us and never reach the goals that you think that they need in the management because they can always come to us for the contingency? I don't know which is more important, for them to have the money or for them to reach the management goals which Health and Human Services are setting for them.
Mayor and Councilmember Peck, that's a very interesting question. so you know that maybe the city manager wants, but I would say that it's what we try to stand by in our advisory board is we have worked hard to establish the rubric. We have worked hard to establish a process for allocating the dollars based on points and performance, so that we do as much as possible to take away the human element. But obviously, humans have to make some judgment around the scoring. So we get that. But we really try to do our best work and give you our best set of recommendations possible. And it really is council's decision if you want to go with our recommendations or make some changes.
All right, let's go down the list. Everybody's in the queue. Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Actually, I'll be supporting the motion, but I believe that this has somewhat been an issue ever since I've been on council, a little over 2 years now, and it starts to become a little bit worrisome if we continue to do this without implementing some sort of accountability instead of just dipping continuously into the contingency fund every single year. And don't get me wrong, El Comité has a special place in this community historically and culturally, and absolutely provides amazing services for our community. It's just, it does get to the point where every year, and I'm just saying that as an observation more than anything.
Councilmember Christensen.
I agree completely with Councilman Rodriguez. This is the third year we have done this. I think, and the reason I tried to recuse myself is that and the reason I recommended that this council simply pass what has already been decided by the Housing and Human Services Board, who, as everyone on this board, as everyone in council knows, I do not have a vote on that board. I'm merely a liaison. But I support what they're doing. It is a fair process, and no one gets all the funding they ask. It's kind of a, everybody's asked for more funding than they know they will get, and then they settle for what they get. When we start interfering every single year, it does call into question favoritism, and of course, I do favor. I'm very fond of El Comité, and I've seen people don't understand what they do. They deal with every single thing that people have, every problem from traffic tickets that people don't understand to all kinds of things. So it really does have a special place in this community, but it does concern me when every year we are kind of overriding the decision of the Board of Housing and Human Services, and I would like this to be the final year we do this because it sets a bad precedent. Then everyone can come to us and say, how about us? We didn't get what we asked for either, but nobody does because we don't have enough really to give everybody everything they asked for. So that's my 2 cents.
Councilmember, actually, we're going to go with Councilmember Martin because it's rare, but you haven't said much tonight. We're going to put you at the top of the queue, Councilmember Martin. Go ahead.
So, we have done this every year since I've been on council. And it seems to me that we are, in some sense, anticipating a contingency rather than, why don't we use the council contingency fund when we have a contingency? Is there a process for an agency that tries best to manage with the funds that they were awarded, comes up short? Could they not then apply for rescue from the council contingency fund? Is that a better idea or a worse idea? I don't know, but I just thought I'd bring it forward.
Councilmember Hidalgo Faring, and I just want to point out it's actually Hidalgo Faring. Okay, so I know that people are saying Faring, and every time I hear it, I'm like, I know it's not that. Go ahead, Councilmember.
So, thank you, and I appreciate the comments. I feel that for me, as the liaison and advocate, I felt like I needed to do this. The other piece is that's another reason why I wanted to pull from the unallocated funding, the $5,000 there, so rather than using the contingency. The other thing is when I sit with the board tomorrow, I do intend on sharing that really we want this to be the last time. We want to be able to work to tighten how they operate so it is most effective and that they're able to utilize the money to the highest capacity. So that's why I wanted to know from you what were your recommendations that I can bring forward, and that we can have a discussion and kind of tighten up how the operating happens. So then it doesn't happen again.
All right, there's nobody in the queue, and so so I'm just going to make the reason I made the motion is because I don't remember what happened, but I also was the one that withheld funding one year, saying that their board was a mess. And I upset a few members of their board because they were beyond their terms. They were making decisions without a quorum, And as a result, this council instructed city staff and the county to get involved. Carmen Ramirez and Meca Delgado from Carmen Ramirez from Longmont, and then Meca Delgado from Boulder County, and Eliberto. They got involved. They went and worked with the board, and they got things straightened out. Is that correct? Or at least a lot better than they were. And so the reason I made the motion wasn't necessarily to say I don't agree with the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board recommendation, or even that, hey, we've got this bucket of money, let's just use it, or even that I necessarily agreed with your motion, which I did. But the reason I made the motion was so I could come back full circle and say, you fixed it, good job. And my issue wasn't against El Comité, it was about basically just running your board in a way that was in accordance to the law, and so that the city, when we give funding to a nonprofit, that it's being done appropriately. And so that's why I made the motion. In addition to all the things that were said about El Comité and all the great services they provide to our Latino and undocumented community. So.
And Mayor, what I would say is that, and we will provide this to you, is that the document that we gave to City Council about all the concerns that we had and all the process they made in correcting those. So they really are on a good path forward. So we do want to really articulate that and commend them for the work that they are doing, because last year our funding recommendation was 0. And this year it is 10,000, so they scored high enough to get almost what they had last year. So that is reflective of some good progress. They just still have a little more to complete, and so that's why they did not score higher. But they have made progress, and I think we really want to acknowledge that.
All right, there's nobody in the queue. Let's vote. The motion is to fund an additional $5,000 to El Comité from City Council contingency. Councilmember Waters, can you push your thing again? Let's push it again, though. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, great, thank you. Let's move on to board.
Mayor, hi.
Hi,
So if you want, so we took a little break. So Eliberto is prepared to discuss 5 slides to provide some updates on where we are with our homeless services and our housing stabilization, and we could do it another time.
Let's do it another time because it's 22 till 11, and we have some board and commission appointments to make and finalizing board liaison appointments. So if we have a couple minutes at the end, we can come back, but let's get through this and then put this on take 5 minutes at the next meeting. Okay?
Great,
thank you. All right, board and commission appointments.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Don Quintana, City Clerk. You all have a stack of ballots at your desks, and hopefully everybody has a pen. So this year we did end of year recruitment. We received 50 applications for 31 vacancies. We'll walk through these board by board. So the first one is the Airport Advisory Board that has 3 vacancies and 4 candidates. So if you would each grab a ballot, please, and vote for 3. Harold is the runner. All right. Rodriguez voted for Bliss, Earl, and Jordan. Waters voted for Bliss, Earl, Jordan. Hidalgo Faring for my apologies, Bliss, Earl, Jordan. Martin for Earl, Jordan, Ribeiro. Bagley for Bliss, Earl, Jordan. Christensen for Bliss, Earl, Jordan. Peck for Earl, Jordan, Ribeiro. So your 3 appointees will be Dennis Bliss, Harrison Earl, and Melinda Jordan.
All right. Okay.
Board
I
of
move-
Adjustment and Appeal. Oh, you can move.
I move
Okay.
that we appoint Samuel Sexton to 1 unexpired alternate member term ending 6/30/2022. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, next.
Callahan, you have.
Can we
two-
go? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was going
I was just going to say. No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was
Go ahead.
going to recommend you do 1 ballot for the 3 regular member terms.
Yeah.
Is that in
Yeah,
line
that's
with
what I was
what you
gonna
were
say. Go ahead,
going
yeah.
for? Okay. So please vote for 3 regular members. Note that 2 of those candidates have applied for other boards. Thank you. Perfect. So for regular member, Rodriguez voted for McCoy, Pearson, and Reed. Bagley voted for McCoy, Newman, and Pearson. Oh, I'm sorry, we still have a ballot? No, okay. Okay, and Christensen voted for McCoy, Newman, Pearson. Martin voted for Newman, Pearson, and Reed. Waters voted for Newman, Pearson, Reed. Peck for McCoy, Pearson, Reed. Hidalgo Faring for McCoy, Newman, and Pearson. So your 3 will be Maureen McCoy, Connie Newman with 5 votes, Janet Pearson with 7. Leaves you 2 candidates, Sheila Conroy or Karen Reed.
I move that we appoint Karen Reed as the 1 unexpired regular member term ending December 31st, 2021. Let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, there you go.
Thank you. Golf Course Advisory Board, you have 3 candidates and 3 terms. We can either do a ballot or if you'd like to make a motion. Do you have a preference? We can do the 2 regular members by ballot.
I would. Okay, I would second that. Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez move that Marcia Elger be appointed to 1 unexpired regular member term ending December 31st, 2021. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that leaves, I would move that we appoint Marshall Allen and John Hay as 2 regular member terms ending December 31st, 2022. All right, it's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Martin. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Historic Preservation, you have 1 candidate there who emailed, and we forwarded that email today to ask to be removed from the list. So you have 4 candidates. If you'd vote first on the ballot for.
So we've already appointed Maureen McCoy to the Callahan
Correct.
House,
Oh, yes,
House
right.
Board, and William Butler
Is
asked to be removed.
So you have 3 candidates and 3 seats again, yes.
I'd actually move that we appoint Terry Goon to 1 unexpired regular member term ending December 31st, 2022. It's been moved and seconded. The second came from Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. I would move Gata Gayu and H. Lee Hardees as to serve 2 regular member terms ending December 31st, 2023. It's been moved and seconded by, you guys sound an awful lot alike at the end if I'm not looking at you. Okay, Councilmember Martin seconded that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Passes unanimously.
Housing and Human Services will certainly need some ballots. There's a lot of candidates. Let's vote for three, if you'd vote for three regular members on this first ballot of this list of lots of candidates for the regular member terms. Oh, Eugene's taking a turn. Look at that. Three regular member terms, ending December 31, 2022. Thank you. All right, Hidalgo Faring voted for Blair, Brackett, Yarbrough. Waters voted for Copham, Carmen, Yarbrough. Bagley voted for Blair, Popma, Yarbrough. Martin voted for Abbott, Copham, Phillips. Christensen voted for Copham, Phillips, Yarbrough. Rodriguez voted for Blair, Copham, Yarbrough. Peck voted for Abbott, Copham, and Popma. So Brian Copham has 5 votes, and Shaquita Yarbrough has also 5 votes. The next highest member would be Deanna Blair with 3. Would you like to re-vote for that third person, since she only got 3 for that third seat, or go ahead and appoint with just 3 votes? Not a majority.
Somebody want to make a motion for her? We can, I just, if we just keep doing the ballots, I'm fearful that we'll be here for all night. I'm gonna actually move that we appoint Deanna Blair to the 3rd regular member term ending December 31st, 2022. All right, that was the one that she got 3 votes, so that's why I did it. But you gonna second that? Okay, it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have any debate on this?
Mayor, I was just going to answer Councilmember Peck's question.
Yeah, go
Was
ahead.
what were the votes the others
Yeah.
received? Abbott with 2, Brackett with 1, Carmen with 1, Phillips with 2, Popma with 2. So no clear. And then Blair had 3.
Okay. Let's take a ballot on that last one, because I wouldn't have voted for Blair, so I don't want to.
So Mayor has a motion on the floor to appoint Deanna Blair to the 3rd regular member term.
I guess-
Rodriguez has seconded that.
Can we just all state our pick? And then at least that way, maybe we might focus down who our
could vote
choices
on-
are, and then
vote
we
on
can
the
just vote on
unexpired.
those. The what?
You could vote on the unexpired regular members. I don't know. Either way.
Well, I'm thinking, well, let's do the regular, so everybody say who your pick is for the last regular member, and then we'll vote on those names, meaning make your nomination, and then we'll just vote on it. That cool? Meaning, instead of voting on the remaining, 10, let's try to narrow it down, and if we all have somebody different, so who would you pick, Councilmember Christensen? Deanna Blair only had 3. Okay, so Phillips from Christensen. Abbott from Martin. Abbott. Okay. I would nominate Blair.
I had Blair on my ballot originally.
Carmen. Sherry Carmen. Okay. All right. So we got Phillips,
2 for Abbott,
Abbott,
2 for
Blair, and Karma.
2 for Phillips, and 1 for Carmen. So vote for one of those 4 candidates. Is that what you're saying, Mayor?
Yeah, well, we are, now we, I mean.
We're narrowing
yeah,
it down to
so
those
We try to
four.
narrow it down,
Third seat, okay.
but, or do you want to talk about it before we vote? I'll change mine to Abbott, if somebody else wants to go with Abbott. If nobody's gonna, I mean, any other thoughts? I mean, I like Blair, but if no one else is gonna give a fourth vote. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right, so is anybody gonna argue for Blair or Carmen? So there were 2 for Phillips, 2 for Blair, 2 for Abbott, 1 for Carmen.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got 3 for Phillips and 2 for Abbott.
That leaves 1 for Abbott.
All right, so I'm gonna go back to Blair then. All right, so let's, all right, okay, so I move that we appoint Phillips.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Ms.
Now we
Phillips
need
it is.
2 unexpired regular members of Abbott, Clark, Blair, Brackett, Carmen, Popma, Salamation, or Zortman are your candidates remaining.
So we've got Phillips, yeah, just go ahead and vote. Yep. Yeah, the Abbott, Blair, and
Brian, Karen,
Carmen
and Chiquita.
were the ones on there.
You're welcome.
There you go.
There were a lot of candidates.
We're not gonna make it. Second. All in favor of extending the meeting beyond 11, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Let's keep going.
Thank you. I was capturing that. All right, Hidalgo Faring voted for, these are the 2 unexpired regular member terms. I need more paper, for Blair and Brackett. Christensen voted for Abbott and Blair. Martin voted for Abbott and Carmen. Peck voted for Abbott and Popma. Bagley for Abbott and Blair. Waters for Abbott and Blair. And Rodriguez for Blair and Popma. So your 2 people are Caitlin Abbott and Deanna Blair for those 2 unexpired regular member terms. Longmont Housing Authority is the next one. There are
Well, let's come
5
back to that one.
Come back to it, okay. Master Board of Appeals.
Yeah, we don't. So Master Board of Appeals, I nominate Tom Martinez as the 1 regular member. A term expiring December 31st, 2022. It's been seconded by Councilmember Waters. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right.
Very good, thank you. Parks and Recreation, please vote for 2 of your 5 candidates. Hidalgo Faring voted for,
hey.
oh,
Harold.
Harold.
Sorry.
That's all right. Hidalgo Faring for Ellen Bogan and Gangwar. Waters for Ellen Bogan and Gangwar. Martin for Ellen Bogan and Gangwar. Christensen for Gangwar Hutchins. Rodriguez, Ellen Bogan Gangwar. Peck for Conlin, Ellen Bogan. And Bagley for Cavallo, and Ellen Bogan. So your two, Ellen Bogan with 7 votes and Manoj Gangwar with 5 votes will fill those 2 regular member terms ending December 31st, 2022. On to planning and zoning. We have 2 regular member terms. Please vote for 2. Scott Conlon would stay on that list since he was not appointed to Parks and Rec.
And it might be a little late to say it, but Selena Kohler, if she is appointed, she's a current alternate, and we would need, therefore, to appoint an alternate. Correct? Okay.
I do not have that on my list.
It's true.
Okay.
Oh, God, I don't know. We had so many good applicants.
Bagley voted for, I have everybody's, yeah? Bagley voted for Check and Kohler. Waters for Flagg and Teta. Christensen, Flagg and Teta. Hidalgo Faring for Conlin, Teta. Rodriguez for Flagg, Teta. Peck for Conlin, Teta. Martin for Flagg and Teta. So Chris Teta has 7 votes. Janelle Flagg has 4. Those would be your 2 winners.
All right.
And Senior Center Citizens Advisory Board. Want to vote for 2 regular member terms. If Susan Alling, this one, Susan Alling is appointed to a regular term, then that frees up that second listed alternate.
Wait, so Susan Alling's a current alternate?
Current alternate, and that
Okay.
is her term listed as the second one there, if she's appointed as a regular. We'll just do the 2 regular members first. 2, vote for 2. All right. Bagley voted for Alling Bratt. Martin for Alling Carter. Peck for Carter Conroy. Hidalgo Faring for Alling Carter. Waters for Alling Carter. Rodriguez Alling Carter. Christensen Alling Carter. So Susan Alling is appointed, as is Prudence Carter, to the regular member terms. So we need one more for that alternate spot that Susan will free up. You did not. You did not put Sheila Conroy
So
on the Callahan.
Who just won that vote? The 2 regular term members.
Alling and Carter.
All right.
No, you only have 1. Right. That the vacancy there is Alling's if she were appointed to a regular. That's why it's starred. That was confusing to me too. So.
All right. Let's go ahead and vote.
So
for
just
last
vote for one alternate, unexpired term. So for the alternate, Hidalgo Faring voted for Webster. Waters for Webster. Rodriguez for Conroy. Bagley for Bratt. Christensen for Conroy. Peck for Conroy. Martin for Conroy. So Sheila Conroy would be the alternate then appointed. Last but not least, Visit Longmont. You appointed Terry Goon to HPC, so she is not, you would not include her for your Visit Longmont. You could make a motion or vote by ballot. You're left with 2 candidates there. Ballots it is, all right.
I mean, we got 2. What, are we on Visit Longmont?
Visit Longmont.
Yeah. So Terry Goon's been
I lost
appointed.
an area. Terry Goon was appointed to Historic Preservation, so please do not vote for her, yeah. Alice or Matthew.
That's right. So did David Flug withdraw? I don't think so. Yeah, he was the guy that lives just south of Longmont, across the road. And he's in marketing.
He was likely not qualified if he lives south of Longmont. You need to live in city limits.
I thought.
He's not on the list. So Michelle
Right.
provided the list of those that
Yeah,
were
we
qualified.
interviewed him and we
You
asked.
interviewed him? I would have to go look
And
this
so the
up.
question is, do you have to live in Longmont to be on the Visit Longmont board? That was the question we had. He claims that he checked and that he could.
I'd have to double check. I could bring this one back. Bring it back, because I don't know what happened to David.
Hoteliers that I don't think live in Longmont that serve on the board as representatives for the hotel industry.
Right, so,
They're not the council appointed. Okay.
right, so should we,
Right.
I mean, he did interview, and if he's not qualified because of where he lives,
That's my
that's one
assumption.
thing.
I
But
would
if
wanna
he is
verify.
qualified, like, can we just check and then vote next week?
I will check and bring that back. It would be January.
In January? Okay, cool.
And so then the only one you have remaining is the Housing Authority, which the mayor appoints.
And so what I just want to hear is, who would you vote for? I just want to hear what you guys think at this point. Yeah, sure, Councilmember Christensen.
My votes would be for Lauren Seeley, Amanda Ropek, and Arlene Zortman.
Hold on one second.
There's two vacancies.
I thought we were going to
I want
appoint
it-
3.
On Housing Authority, there are 2 seats.
So what were the 3 you recommending?
Lauren Seeley, Amanda Ropek, Arlene Zortman.
Amanda Ropek and Arlene Zortman. All right, Dr. Waters? I was, but are you in the, I think Dr. Waters is in the queue to say something. I mean,
Well, I wasn't going to express
process.
preferences for some combination. We have 3, there are 3 openings on the LHA board. And I understand that the board chair expressed an interest in filling 2 of those spots prior to our interviews. So I won't speak for the LHA board, but we had an LHA board meeting. And as a voting member of that board today, I did share with the other board members and with the board chair that we have very strong candidates. I mean, any combination of these people would be good candidates. And given how difficult it has been for us to get strong candidates, I think it would be a mistake for us to not appoint from the 5, appoint 3. And I think we ended up with agreement, but I encouraged him to speak for the mayor. So there are 3 openings. I know we've only got 2 listed, but I'm telling you, there are 3 openings on the board. And I left the meeting today with the impression that there was agreement that we should appoint 3 of these 5 and fill all of those spots. But I leave that to.
Yeah, so just so I know how people feel about this issue, I was going to get everybody's thoughts, right? See where we land, and then I was going to call Jillian and Bruce, and then get their thoughts, and then bring it back to the next council meeting and say, this is what I think, and get a chance for everybody to give additional input. Okay. All right, Councilmember Martin? So Sealy, Dubai, Zortman. Okay. Councilmember Peck? And Sealy, Ropek, and Zortman. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Sealy, Dubai, and Zortman.
Okay. Tim?
I would encourage Sealy, Dubai, and more.
Okay. Ms. Hidalgo Faring. So Dubai, Ropek, Zortman. That is water, or I'm sorry, Hidalgo Faring.
So Mayor, if I heard you correctly, you'd like to bring that one back?
I will,
As,
yeah.
as well as the Visit Longmont?
Yep.
Okay.
So.
That will likely be January 14th.
Dubai. And so, just so you know, I mean, if you put a gun to my head tonight, Sealy and Dubai were on my list, and 4 of you chose without me Sealy and Dubai. So, I mean, but even then, I'm going to talk to Bruce, and I'll talk to Jillian, and review their resumes, and then I'll come back, and we'll talk about all 3. All right, cool.
Thank you, and I apologize for those errors. I will look into those.
No,
It's a reflection of what you heard. I just think, given the quality of the candidates, the thinking has changed.
No, it's
Thank you.
all good.
All good, all right. Just wanted you to quickly finalize your council board liaison appointments. There was plenty of opportunities and ideas for how to fix the couple that are conflicts for a couple council members, so I'll just walk through those real quickly. Councilmember Peck ended up with a couple board liaison appointments that meet on the same day at the same time. Councilmember Peck and Rodriguez, I believe, had a conversation, and or Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez agreed to take Parks and Rec. But I just wanted the council to bless that as well as these others. Is that comfortable with, is that okay for everybody? Do you need that to be a vote, Mayor, or are you by consensus?
Anyone opposed? Passes by consensus.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, the second one was Councilmember Martin was looking to give up Boulder County Resource Conservation Advisory Board. A couple ideas of who might, I had responses, but I didn't know if anybody wanted to formally pick that one up for. Okay, so Councilmember Hidalgo Faring will take Boulder County Resource Conservation Advisory Board. Is that okay with everybody?
Anybody opposed? All right, passes by consensus.
And then the Multicultural Action Committee meets midday, which didn't end up working for Councilmember Hidalgo Faring. Lots of offers to pick that one up. I don't know who wants that one.
I have availability, and I was previously the liaison.
Mm-hmm.
Unless somebody else is really interested and wants to do lunchtime with them, they're great people.
Mayor Pro Tem on Multicultural Action Committee.
All right, anybody opposed to appointing Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez? All right, passes by consensus.
And then just the last one, I just want to confirm with Councilmember Waters, you have golf course and library that meet on the 4th Monday at 7 p.m. You're comfortable with both of those?
Yeah, I've talked to Jeff Friesner, and that works out.
It works, okay. And then that was the only thing I had. Those were the last items, so thank you very much.
No,
Unless
thank
you all had
Don.
another.
All right, let's move on to final call, public invited to be heard. Sorry, Councilmember Hidalgo Faring?
Before you do that, I'd like to make a motion. Is that all right? Or is this not a good time? I can come back and.
It depends. So it depends on what the motion is. If it's about process or if it's about something lighthearted, yes. Typically, so we've got a standing council policy that
Yes.
we would have to change if it's going to be substantive. So first of all motions to put anything onto the agenda
Not
or to consider.
tonight's agenda, but for a later.
So-
And
so-
I can come back and do this at a later
So
time.
we should do that at the next meeting, and then technically during mayor and council comments, our rules of procedure say we can't make motions anyway.
Okay.
So it's not quite there, but
No, that's fine. I just
all right, yeah.
wanted
So
to
next
interject at
meeting,
the appropriate time.
right, next meeting, jump in there and
I will do that.
cool. All right. Let's move on to final call, public invited to be heard. It's an empty room, but we got staff members. Heck, everybody else has said stuff tonight. Want to jump in? No? All right. Let's go on to mayor and council comments. Councilmember Christensen.
I do have a question because we were asked to make a decision by the end of this year. This is the last meeting of December, and we were asked to make a meeting about the U.S. Refugee Settlement Program. So although we specifically were not going to do this, but if this is critical that it has to be passed before December 30th, then this is tonight. We must do this if we're going to.
The what? I'm sorry.
The U.S. Refugee Resettlement Program, it says that it needs to be done in December if
So I
we're going
think-
to support this.
So I
We got
guess,
this.
right, so I guess what so Harold, I mean, going back to what I wanted to put on, the resolution supporting Governor Polis, I think it's linked.
Yeah,
Is there, I mean, we could kill two birds with one stone and basically have a resolution that's stating that we would go ahead and be willing to accept refugees. Is that something that you guys could do before that date?
Yeah, I'm seeing January 21st.
Right.
So we would have that set up for the 14th.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Is that going to work
Yes, I
with your
guess.
schedule?
Yes.
Throw anything off? Eugene? Yes, it would, or yes, it's good? Okay, all right,
Yeah.
cool. That's what Christmas Eve's for.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sandy. All right. Anybody else? All right, let's go home. Oh, sorry. All right. Councilmember Peck.
I just wanted to wish everybody a lovely holiday, happy Kwanzaa, happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas. Be safe.
All right, Councilmember Hidalgo Faring.
So a couple of things. So one, I want to acknowledge Carla Blakely. I spoke with her on the phone last night. She's a resident at the, what is it? It's at the mobile home park off of 17th, right behind the church, where they're planning to build. Well, it hasn't. Nothing's been submitted to record yet. I did speak to the developer, Scott, or I didn't speak with him. He called me, Scott McFadden, and I do intend on calling him back and speaking with him and having him just share what the plans are. I want to work with Harold and Eugene to kind of make sure that the communication is given. She had expressed concern, and she had wanted to come to council, but she does not drive, and she has health issues. So just out of respect and really wanting to advocate for our constituents, I'd like to read her letter, if that's all right. Okay, I'm going to do that. Okay, thank you. So mayor, city council, and, okay, this is the right one. So mayor, city council, city manager, and Longmont Planning Department. We are writing you in hopes of receiving information on the 16th Avenue Road in Longmont. We are under the impression that there would be notifications when city decided to move forward with the affordable housing complex, which 16th Avenue is deemed necessary for traffic due to growth in the area. We would appreciate answers to the following questions. If you aren't moving forward with 16th Street, why has the property marker been removed and replaced with stakes? We are told at a meeting on July 29th, 2019, that RHP does not own that land, and that the four senior mobile homes, sit on. This is one of the proposed sites necessary for 16th Avenue. But when the surveyors came out to do property lines, they were in the middle of the Pinnacle lateral ditch that is on the church side, which brings us to our next question. What is that Pinnacle lateral ditch? The state of Colorado would like to know too. A company was hired by Power Surveying Company to map all the property around the church's football field on October 25th, 2019. We would appreciate a copy of the surveyor's map of this area, and also an answer, is 16th Avenue Road and affordable housing moving forward? What options do our seniors have if they refuse and can't move? Will you pull eminent domain, even though we were told at a meeting on July 29th, 2019, Longmont never uses this law? How can our seniors afford your affordable housing when one mobile home is $900 a month? Some of the seniors live in the mobile home park, get $825 a month. Can you figure out where they should live? We humbly ask and would appreciate all answers to our requests that we have placed upon. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Brenda Holton and Carla Blakely. So I have been in contact with her directly, and I did let her know that I will be in contact with the developer and with you guys to just kind of keep that lines of communication open and alleviate any fears as well.
I'll bring Joni into that conversation.
And Merry Christmas, everyone.
Councilmember Christensen.
Yeah, I would also like to be involved with this because I spoke to her earlier when I was talking about a number of things, and she's, well, you know the situation.
Yeah,
it's a very
I've
difficult
talked to her.
situation.
I've talked to her on a number of occasions, and so.
Okay, so
let me get with Joni, and then we'll find a way to communicate to
that's
all
fine.
the council.
And I do hope everyone has a lovely Christmas and spends time with their family and friends and enjoys the Christmas spirit and the holiday spirit.
All right, and I guess the no one needs to respond to this, but council right now is painful. Unless we do something, it will continue to be painful. I would like to invite each of you, one-on-one with me, to go have waffles, to talk. I will be reaching out. So if you would like to take me up on that, you don't need to say that now, but we can either make it painful or we can start figuring stuff out. So, all right, nobody else is in the queue. Let's go ahead. Harold?
I do have something to
Well, all right, Harold.
I just need to give council a heads up. Staff found a grant for youth services. Normally, we have to bring those to council to get permission to apply for those grants. It's due Monday. And so what I'm asking council is if we can go ahead and work on that application, and then I'll bring that back for ratification on the 14th. And if council determines that you don't want us to do it, then we'll pull our application at that point. We just need to meet the deadline.
Anybody opposed? All right, you have a consensus vote. Okay, Eugene? Oh, sorry.
Nope.
All right, Eugene?
Nope.
Happy New Year, council. We'll see you in 2020.
Thank you. All right. Anybody opposed? Or just aye? Opposed? All right, let's go home. Passes unanimously.